Okay, yep. Everything is set up correctly by the looks. Welcome everyone. Uh, we are about to read more of the 36 Lessons of Vivek. We got up to, we finished Sermon 9. So that's a good quarter of them. And yeah, it's now time for maybe the next 9. And then we'll go to world building. Also, this is the first time streaming to YouTube. I don't have YouTube chat pulled up, so I won't be able to respond to anything there. And it would be kind of a headache to get that set up. So don't expect it. All you 0 people that'll be showing up there. Unless... whatever. Yo, intoxication! I was just sending out a message to some of my IRL friends about being live. I say IRL friends, they're still online friends, but they're not stream friends. They're people I know from my actual life outside of the stream, but not people I know in person. So quick recap of what happened last time. Vivek was born into an egg to the wife of a Netchaman. That Netchaman was abducted by Dweema at some point along the story. Some other stuff happened. Like, he got some divine wisdom, then the Netchaman's wife was abducted by Dweema. The Dweema made a simulacrum of her, and the egg that Vivek was inside of the Netchaman's wife was transported to the simulacrum. Then the simulacrum collapsed on a roadside somewhere. A caravan, wherein the Nereva served, found it. They took it to the city where Vivek met with the rest of the tribunal. Vivek sort of absorbed his mother's body. Then Mehrunes Dagon rallied armies of northern men against Morrowind, or as they refer to it, Veloth. Lots of war. There's a list of like great demon chieftains. And it sounds like they won. The Morrowind team won. So is this Sithis? Sithis, okay. The way this is written, it's not always clear what they're referring to. Yes, Sermon 10. Also, I'm still not sure how to pronounce this word. Hortator. Again, they probably pronounce it somewhere in Elder Scrolls Online, especially because that's set in the distant past compared to the other games, I'm pretty sure. By the distant past compared to the other, it might be between Arena and Daggerfall. I'm not sure. It might be before. Like about the same time as Battlespire. I should finish Battlespire at some point. I got some of the ways through the first level, but it is kind of visually exhausting, if that makes sense. You have discovered the 10th sermon of Vivek, which was hidden in the words that came in the aftermath to the water talk. The evoker shall raise his left hand empty and open, indicate he needs no weapons of his own. The coming forth is always hidden. I should zoom in as well. This is good. The coming forth is always hidden, so the evoker is always invisible, or better, in the skin of his enemies. Yeah. Out on the eyes. What a game, Battlespire. It was a lot of fun. The eyelid of the kingdom shall fill 36 folios, but the eye shall read the world. By this the Hortator needs to understand. Sword is an impatient signature. Write no contract on the dead. Vivek says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Boethia. We shall pledge ourselves to you, the frame maker, the scarab. A world for us to love you in, a cloak of dirt to cherish. Betrayed by your ancestors when you were not even looking. Hoary Magnus and his ventured opinions cannot sway the understated. A trick worthy of the always satisfied. A short season of towers. A rundown absolution. And what is this? What is this but fire under your eyelid? I'm not following this one very well. Shift ye in your skin, I say to the Trinimac eaters. Pitch your voices into the Keller of brews. Divide ye like your enemies in houses, and lay your laws in set sequence from the center, again like the enemy corners of the house of troubles. And see yourself thence as timber or mud slats, or sheets of resin. Then do not divide. For yet is the stride of Sithis quicker than the rush. Yet is the stride of Sithis quicker than the rush of enemies, and he will sunder the world for the sake of a shingle. And it's rough sight reading out loud because I do want to keep a solid pace, but then I'm never. Because the words aren't coming from my brain, they're coming from paper. I miss word. Like foresee. But it's not the word foresee because you can't misforesee something. Misapprehend? No. Anyway, I predict wrong how the sentence is going to end. For we go different and in thunder. Sithis is the start of all true houses, built against stasis and lazy slate. Turn from your predilections, broken like false maps. Move and move like this. Quicken against false fathers, mothers left in corners weeping for glass and rain. Stasis asks merely for nothing, for itself which is nothing, as you were in the 8 everlasting imperfections. Vivek says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivek. Understand that Sithis still travels. Vivek says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivek. In a phosphorescent mirror of the sky. Vivek says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivek. Drowned and smiling. Vivek says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivek. Intermittent hopes enough. Vivek says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivek. To answer all the things. Vivek says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivek. Not yet queried. The ending of the words is the tribunal, in case you weren't here for last stream. But I'm not sure exactly the interpretation of this because I've never finished Morrowind. Just like everyone else. So let's just remember the words. Understand that Sithis still travels in a phosphorescent mirror of the sky, drowned and smiling. Intermittent hopes enough to answer all the things not yet queried. Fascinating. Termin 11. This looks like it's going to be a more narrative rather than a more poetic one. I do like the narrative ones because the poetry is quite difficult. Like, it's easier to make sense of when Chimera and Dwemer lived under the rule of the tribunal than it is to understand we pledge ourselves to you, the frame maker, the scarab. You know, there's a different quality to them that makes them a lot easier to interpret. And that's the most important thing, interpreting it correctly. I need to work on my enunciation as well, but that's what I'm doing. These were the days of Resdania, when Chimera and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the tribunal and their champion, the Hortator. I do kind of want to learn. Okay, the Nerevar. I'm just going to start calling him the Nerevar because I don't know how to pronounce the word. Champion the Nerevar. And it also makes it clear. When the gods of Veloth would retreat unto their own to mold the cosmos and other matters, I've already forgotten the word. The Nerevar would at times become confused. Vivek would always be there to advise him, and this is the first of the 3 lessons of things. The waking world is the amnesia of dream. All motifs can be mortally wounded. Once slain, themes turn into the structure of future nostalgia. Do not abuse your powers or they will lead you astray. They will leave you like rebellious daughters. They will lose their virtue. They will become lost and resentful, and finally become pregnant with the seed of folly. Soon you will be the grandparent of a broken state. You will be mocked. It will fall apart like a stone that recalls that it is really water. Keep nothing in your house that is neither needed or beautiful. Ordeals you should face unimpeded by the world of restriction. The splendor of stars is Aem's domain. The selfishness of the sea is Set's. I rule the middle air. All else is earth and under your temporal command. There is no bone that cannot be broken except for the heart bone. You will see it twice in your lifetimes. Take what you can the first time and let us do the rest. There is no true symbolism of the center. The Sharmat will believe there is. He will feel that he can cause years of exuberance from sitting in the sacred, when really no one can leave that state and cause anything more but strife. There is once more the case of the symbolic and barren. The true prince that is cursed and demonized will be adored at last with full hearts. According to the codes of Mephala, there can be no official art, only fixation points of complexity that will erase from the awe of the people given enough time. This is a secret that hides another. An impersonal survival is not the way of the ruling king. Embrace the art of the people and marry it, and by that I mean secretly have it murdered. The ruling king that sees in another his equivalent rules nothing. The secret of weapons is this: they are the mercy seat. The secret of language is this: it is immobile. The ruling king is armored head to toe in brilliant flame. He is redeemed by each act he undertakes. His death is only a diagram back to the waking world. He sleeps the second way. The Sharmat is his double, and therefore you wonder if you rule nothing. Nerevar and Sharmat, 1 and 1, 11, an inelegant number. Which of the ones is the more important? Could you ever tell if they switch places? I can, and that is why you will need me. According to the codes of Mephala, there is no difference between the theorist and the terrorist. Even the most cherished desire disappear. Even the most cherished desire disappears in their hands. This is why Mephala has black hands. Bring both of yours to every argument. The one-handed king finds no remedy. When you approach God, however, cut both of them off. God has no need of theory, and he is armored head to toe in terror. The ending of the words is the tribunal. Sermon 12. So it sounded like this was sort of about leadership, about a philosophy of leadership, and about being above others. I don't know, it's it's a difficult one. As the Nerevar pondered the first lesson of ruling kings, Vivek wandered into the morning hold, and found that Am was with a pair of lovers. Set had divided himself again. Vivek then leapt through into their likenesses to observe, but he gained no secrets that he did not already know. He left a few of his own behind to make the journey worthwhile. Ooh. That's kind of kinky. I don't know. It's kind of weird having people that can split into two with their partner. I guess that's sort of what's that character from Invincible called? I can't remember. Anyway, duplicate. Yeah, she does that. Then Vivek left the capital of Veloth and wandered far into the ash. He found a span of badlands to practice his giant form. He made of his feet a less dense material than the divine to keep from falling waist deep into the earth. At this point, the first corner of the House of Troubles, the Prince Molagbal, made his presence known. Vivek looked on the King of Rape and said, "How very beautiful you are, that you do not join us." And Molagbal crushed the warrior poet's feet, which were not invulnerable, and had legions cleave them off. Mighty fires from the beginning place were brought like nets to hold Vivek, and he let them. "I would prefer," he said, "some kind of ceremony if we are to be married." And the legions that took the feet were summoned again and ordered to begin a banquet. Pomegranates sprang from the Badlands, and tents were raised. A throng of Velothi mystics came, reading the passages of the severed feet on the ground, and weeping until the scriptures were wet. Ooh. "We must love each other briefly," Vivek said, "if at all. I am needed to counsel the Nerevar in more important matters, because the Dwalmeri high priests stir up trouble. You may have my head for an hour." Molagbal rose up and extended 6 arms to show his worth. They were decorated in runes of seduction and its reverse. They were decorated in the annotated calendars of longer worlds. When he spoke, mating monsters fell out. "Where must it go?" he said. "I told you," Vivek said. "I am meant to be the teacher of the king of the earth. I Eltadun Gautok Padom." With these words, the King of Rape added another, Kim, which is the secret syllable of royalty. Ooh, there we go. There's Kim mentioned. Is it Chim? I'm still unsure on the pronunciation of this. Kim, like Chimera. Yeah, okay, good. According to ESO, it's like the chim and chimney. Kim makes more sense though. What do you guys reckon? Kim, yeah. What is also I say Dwemer, not Dwemer. Vivek, not Vivek. Oh, Vivek, not Vivek. I'm camp Vivek. Not fucking Deidre. It's Daedra. It's it's clearly Daedra because nowhere else does AE make E. OE makes E. Old Mary. Waymare. Dwemer. Dunmer. Doonmare. Timer. No, I'm not pronouncing mer as mare, no matter what they say. Altmer. Not Bosma. Boma. Daedra. Deidre, depending on Deidre is the Dunmary preference. They made up the word. Anyway. Kim. I'm sticking with Kim. With these magic words, the King of Rape added another, Kim, which is the secret syllable of royalty. Vivek had what he needed from the Daedroth, and so married him that day. In the hour that Baal had his head, the King of Rape asked for proof of love. Vivek spoke 2 poems to show him such, but only the first is known. I'm not sure just how much glass it took to make your hair. Twice as much, I am sure, as the oceans have to share. Hell, my sweet, is a fiction written by those who tell the truth. My mouth is skilled at lying, and its alibi a tooth. The sons and daughters of Vivek and Molag Bal number in the thousands. The name of the mightiest is a string of power, Golga Morgil, Ket I Hum. There's a hyperlink here. No preview for the page. It's just a link back. Okay, 734. Neat. Anyway, the ending of the words is tribunal again. A lot going on here. 713 time. I am enjoying streaming this. It's just fun. Cool. It's a kind of nonsense that's really fun. These were the days of Resdania, when Kaima and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Tribunal, and their champion, the Nerevar. When the gods of Veloth would retreat unto their own, to mold the cosmos and other matters, the Nerevar would at times become confused. Vivek would always be there to advise them, and this is the second of the 3 lessons of ruling kings. The secret syllable of royalty is this, as Kim. Right? Yeah, 712. So, you must learn this elsewhere as a note here, but they mean Kim. The temporal myth is man. The magical cross is an integration of the worth of mortals at the expense of their spirits. Surround it with the triangle and you begin to see the triune house becomes divided into corners, which are ruled by our brethren. The 4 corners, Baal, Dagon, Malak, Sheog. So that's Molag Baal, Mehrunes Dagon, Malakath, and Sheogorath, right? Yeah. Rotate the triangle and you perceive the heart of the beginning place, the foul lie, testament of the irrefutable for a span. Above them all is the horizon where only one stands, though no one stands there yet. It is proof of the new. It is the promise of the wise. Unfold the whole, and what you have is a star. It is not my domain, but not entirely outside my judgment. The grand design takes flight. It is transformed not only into a star, but a hornet. The center cannot hold. It becomes devoid of lines and points. It becomes devoid of anything, and so becomes a receptacle. This is its usefulness at the end. This is its promise. About Azura's Star. I think this is about Azura's Star, but I'm not sure. We'll need to see. The sword is the cross, and the tribunal is the triune house around it. If there is to be an end, I must be removed. The ruling king must know this, and I will test him. I will murder him time and again until he knows this. I am the defender of the last and the last. To remove me is to refill the heart that lay dormant at the center that cannot hold. I am the sword, I am the star, set the mechanism that allows the transformation of the world. Ours is the duty to keep the compromise from being filled with black sea. The Shamat sleeps at the center. He cannot bear to see it removed. The world of reference. This is the folly of the false dreamer. This is the amnesia of dream, or its power, or its circumvention. This is the weaker magic, and it is barbed in venom. This is why I say the secret to swords is the mercy seat. It is my throne. I am become the voice of the tribunal. The world will know me more than my sister and brother. I am the psychopomp. I am the killer of the weeds of Veloth. Veloth is the center that cannot hold. Am is the plot, Set is the ending. I am the enigma that must be removed. These are why my words are armed to the teeth. The ruling king is to stand against me and then before me. He is to learn from my punishment. I will mark him to know. He is to come as male or female. I am the form he must acquire. Because a ruling king that sees in another his equivalent rules nothing. This is what was said to the Nerevar when Vivek was not whole. Ooh. Damn. So I think this has important implications for the player character, which is always it's always going to be a confusing part of these stories, that the context they exist in. And it's time for Sermon 14. Let's go. 14 is a neutral luck number. I'm going to say that. The luck on this number is neutral. Yeah. I don't know why I'm telling you that, but it loudly yells neutral luck to me. Opinions on low numbers are always kind of irrelevant because they're easy to tell. Anyway. Vivek lay with Molag Bal for 80 days and 8. Though headless, in that time the prince placed the warrior poet's feet back and filled them with the blood of Daedra. In this way, Vivek's giant form remained forever harmless to good earth. The pomegranate banquet brought many spirits back from the dead, so that the sons and daughters of the union had much to eat besides fruit. Uh, I don't like that sentence. That is. Uh, yeah, I don't want to. Don't want to think about that one. The Duke of Scamps came while the banquet was still underway, and Molag looked on the seven pennants with anger. The King of Rape had become necessary and therefore troubled for the rest of time. His legions and Ceutas fell into open war, but the children of Molag and Vivek were too elaborate in power and form. The Duke of Scamps, therefore, became a lesser thing, as did all his own children. Molag said to them, "You are the sons of liars, dogs, and wolf-headed women. They have been useless to summon ever since." Okay, that explains why scamps suck. Boom roasted scamps. I think someone's just arrived at the house. I say the house, not the shit I live in, but it's somewhere else. Yeah. The Holy One returned at last, Beck, golden with wisdom. His head found its body had been tenderly used. He mentioned this to Molag who told him that he should thank the barons of Muth like this. For I have yet to learn how to refine my rapture. My love is accidentally shaped like a spear. So Vivek, who had a grain of Aem's mercy, set about to teach Molag in the ways of belly magic. They took their spears out and compared them. Vivek bit new words into the King of Rapes, so that it might give more than ruin to the uninitiated. This has since become a forbidden ritual, though people still practice it in secret. Yeah. Kind of freaky up in here. Here is why. The Velothi and demons and monsters that were watching this all took out their own spears. There was much biting, and the earth became wet. This was the last laugh of Molag Watch as the earth shall crack, heavy with so much power, that should have been forever unalike. Then that stretch of badlands that had been the site of the marriage fragmented and threw fire, and a race that is no more, but that was terrible at the time, behold, came forth. Born of the biters, that is all they did, and they ran amok across the land of Veloth, and even to the shores of Red Mountain. But Vivek made of his spear a more terrible thing. From a secret he had bitten off from the King of Rape, and so he sent Molag tumbling into the crack of the biters, and swore forever that he would not deem the king beautiful ever again. Vivek wept as he slew all those around him with his terrible new spear. He named it Muatra, which is milk taker, and even the Chimeri mystics knew his fury. Anyone struck by Vivek at this time turned barren and withered into bone shapes. The path of bones became a sentence for the stars to read, and the heavens have never known children since. Vivek hunted down the biters one by one, and all their progeny, and he killed them all by means of the 9 apertures, and the wise still hide theirs from Muatra. The ending of the words is tribunal. Muatra. I wanna risk this milk taker. Shobal. These guys. Scary and terrible rock-skin bugs that were once native to Vardenfell. They are now extinct as the last Inshobel was slain by Vivek with his spare Muatra. A statue depicting the act stood in Vivek City. See also Shulk. Ugh. Okay, so yeah, he's his spear that he compared with Molag Bal's. It's I feel like there might be some innuendo going on there, but it's hard to tell. I mean, a this Vivek guy's a real freak, am I right? Also, I'm just gonna grab one of my mini cans of drink. Always Monster Import with me. Truly, the goat. It is a shame it's not one that has a nice open, because it's a twist top. Twist top can. I don't know how to explain it. If you don't have these where you live, you're missing out, because they are the best energy. Demon 15. These were the days of Resdania, when Kaima and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Tribunal and their champion, the Nerevar. When the gods of Veloth would retreat unto their own to mould the cosmos and other matters, the Nerevar would at times become confused. Vivek would always be there to advise him, and this is the third of 3 lessons of ruling kings. The ruling king will remove me, his maker. This is the way of all children. His greatest enemy is the Sharmat, who is the false dreamer. Let's take a brief Sharmat distraction. Dagoth, okay. Damn, they got a whole dialogue. Sharmat's Dagoth there. His greatest enemy is the Sharmat, who is the false dreamer. You or he is the shingle, Nerevar. Beware the wrong walking path. Beware the crime of benevolence. Behold him by his words. And we got some poetry. Let's go. I am the Sharmat. I am older than music. What I bring is light. What I bring is a star. What I bring is an ancient sea. When you sleep, you see me, dancing at the core. It is not a blight, it is my house. I put a star into the world's mouth to murder it. Tear down the pylons, my blind fish swim in the new phlogiston. Tear down the pylons, my deaf moons sing and burn and orbit me. I am older than music. What I bring is light. What I bring is a star. What I bring is an ancient sea. You alone, though you come again and again, none make him. Whether I allow it is within my wisdom. Go unarmed into his den with these words of power. I, Gartok, Hadhome, Kim, I, Eltadoon. Or do not. The temporal myth is man. Reach heaven by violence. This magic I give to you. The world you will rule is only an intermittent hope, and you must be the letter written in uncertainty. The ending of the words is the tribunal. A lot going on here. But, Sermon 16. We love sermons and the number 16. Mildly lucky. So what is on hold? Okay, there's more on hold. The Nerevar wandered through the morning hold, wrestling with the lessons he had learned. They were slippery in his mind. He could not always keep the words straight, and knew that this was a danger. He wandered to find Vivek, his lord and master, the glory of the image of Veloth, and found him, of all places, the temple of false thinking. There, clockwork shears were taking off Vivek's hair. A beggar king had brought his loom and was making of the hair an incomplete map of adulthood and death. Nerevar said, "Why are you doing this, my lord?" Vivek said, "Make room for the fire." And the Nerevar could see that Vivek was out of sorts, though not because of the impending new power to come. The golden warrior poet had been exercising his water face as well, learned from the Druze before he was born. Nerevar said, "Is this to keep you from the fire?" Vivek said, "It is so that I may see with truth. It and my place here at the altar of Padome." Is it pronounced Padome or Padme? Padme. Okay. I'm gonna take that knowledge with me. It oh, it and my place here at the altar of Padme in the house of false thinking serves so that I may see beyond my own secrets. The water face cannot lie. It comes from the ocean, which is too busy to think, much less lie. Moving water resembles truth by its trembling. Nerevar said, "I am afraid to become slipshod in my thinking." Vivek said, "Reach heaven by violence then." So, to quiet his mind, the Nerevar chose from the fight racks an axe. He named it and moved on to the first moon. There, Nerevar was greeted by the Parliament of Craters, who knew him by title and resented his presence, for he was to be a ruling king of Earth, and this was the lunar realm. They shifted around him in a pattern of entrapment. "The moon does not recognize crowns or scepters," they said, "nor the representatives of kingdoms below, lion or serpent or mathematician. We are the graves of those who have migrated and become ancient countries. We seek no queens or thrones. Your appearance is decidedly solar, which is to say, a library of stolen ideas. We are neither tear nor sow. Our revolution succeeded in the manner that was written. You are the Nerevar, and unwelcome here." And so, Nerevar carved at the grave ghosts until he was out of breath, and their parliament could make no new laws. He said, "I am not of the slaves that perish." Of the members of parliament, only a few survived the Nerevar's attack. The surviving Crater said, "Appropriation is nothing new. Everything happens of itself. This motif is by no means unassociated with hero myths. You have not acted with the creative impulse. You fall below the weight of destiny. We are graves, but not coffins. Know the difference. You have only dug more and supplied no ghosts reside within. Central to your claim is the predominance of frail events. To be judged by the earth is to sit on a throne of wonder why. Damage us more, and you will find naught but the absence of our dead." The ending of the words is tribunal. Okay, it's Veloth, which is Morrowind. They keep changing the names of things. Auditor, Nerevar, Vivek, but Auditor's Nerevar, Resdania is Velothi, is Morrowind. I mean, things like Molag Bal being king of rape, that makes consistent sense, at least. 17. Lucky number. Properly lucky. More so than 7, I'm gonna say. My hot take. Enhanced by 7, but more so because of its elevation. Sermon 17. I am an atlas of smoke. With this, Vivek became greater than he had been. These were the days of Resdania, when Kaima and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the tribunal, and their champion, the Nerevar. Seek me without effort, and I take many shapes. The Nerevar was still trying to subdue the heavens with an axe. He was thrown out of the library of the sun by the power of Magnus. Vivek found him in a grub field outside of the swamps of the Deshan plain. They walked for a span in silence. The Nerevar had been humbled, and Vivek still had mercy in his hand. This is the Eye of Magnus, right? Yeah. Soon they were walking across the eastern sea, the land of snakes and snow demons. This is like that old Akavir. Yeah. Oh, we got a likely ban invader. Circumstantial revolt. How about I can't come up with that one. It's a bit. Under this circumstance, I'm gonna ban you. Sorry, just had a bot show up in the Twitch chat. Speaking of, no one on YouTube still. Soon they were walking across the eastern sea, the land of snakes and snow demons. Vivek wanted to show the Nerevar the fighting styles of foreign tongues. They learned the idiom stroke from the pillow book of the Sayeski king. It is shaped like the inside of this page. The Sayeski serpents vowed to have their vengeance on the west at least 3 times. They walked farther and saw the spiked waters at the edge of the map. Here, the spirit of limitation gifted them the spoke and bade them find the rest of the wheel. The Nerevar said, "The edge of the world is made of swords." Vivek corrected him. They are the bottom row of the world's teeth. They walked north to the Elderwood and found nothing but frozen bearded kings. Okay. They came to the west, where the black men dwelt. For a year they studied under their sword saints, and then for another Vivek taught them the virtue of the little reward. Vivek chose a king for a wife, and made another race of monsters, which ended up destroying the west completely. Classic Vivek. To a warrior chief, Vivek said, "We must not act, and speak as if asleep." Nerevar wondered if there was anything to learn in the south, but Vivek remained silent and only led them back to Red Mountain. Here, Vivek said, is the last of the last. Within it, Sharmat waits. But they both knew that the time was not ready to contest the Sharmat, so they engaged in combat with each other. Vivek marked the Nerevar in this way for all of the Velothi to see. He sealed the wound with the blessing of Ayam Azura. At the end of the battle, the Nerevar found that he had gathered 7 more spokes. He attempted to attach them in the form of a staff, but Vivek would not let him, saying, "It is not the time for that." Nerevar said, "Where did I find these?" Vivek said they had collected them from around the world, though some had come invisibly. "I am the wheel," he said, and took that shape. Before the emptiness at the center could live too long, Nerevar put in the spokes. The ending of the words is Tribunal. And then Sermon 18, this is the last one before we move on to world building. There's a lot going on in this. It's like, oh, we're being introduced to all these characters. But I'm kind of following it. I might play some Morrowind and then circle back to it. I haven't finished Morrowind still. But we'll see. So, Sermon 18 is not terribly long, which is good. Now, Vivek felt that he had taught the Nerevar as much as he could before the war with the Dwemer came. The warrior poet decided he had to begin his Book of Hours at that point, because the world was about to bend with its age. Vivek entered the Morning Hold and announced to Ayem that he was going to fight 9 monsters that had escaped the Muatra. "I will return," he said, "to deal the last blow to the Grand Architect of the Dwemer." Ayem said, "Out of the 9, you will find only 8. Though they be mighty, the last is already destroyed by your decision to create the Book of Hours." Vivek understood that Ayem meant himself. "Why?" she asked. "Are you in doubt?" Vivek knew that his doubt made him the sword of the Triune, and so he did not feel shame or fear. Instead, he explained, and these are the words. "Can a member of the Invisible Gate become so archaic that its successor is not so much an improvement of the exact model, but rather a related model that is just needed more because of the currency of the world's condition? As the mother, you do not have to worry, unless things in the future are so strange that even Set cannot understand. Neither does the executioner or the fool, but I am neither. These ideals are not going to change in nature, even though they may change in representation. But even in the West, the Rainmaker vanishes. No one needs him anymore. Can one oust the model, not because the model is set according to an ideal, but because it is tied to an ever-changing, unconscious, mortal agenda?" This is what was said to Ayem when Vivek was whole. The wise shall not mistake this. Ayem said, "This is why you were born of a Netchman's wife, and destined to merge with the simulacrum of your mother, gilded and blended in all the arts star-wounded East, under water and in fire, and in metal and in ash, 6 times the wise, to become the union of male and female, the magic hermaphrodite, the martial axiom, sex death of language, and unique in all the middle world." Vivek knew then why he would record his Book of Hours. This sermon is forbidden. In this world and others, 18 less 1, the victor, is the magical disc, hurled to reach heaven by violence. This sermon is untrue. The ending of the world is the tribunal. Man, what a one to end on. Whew. Oh hey, we got non-spatial space. Non-spatial space. Let's go. I have that in my thing that I'm working on already. Let it not be said that I copied this. Hey, we just finished reading 9 more chapters of the 36 Lessons of Vivek. We have, like... Actually, this kind of acts as like a recap of who Vivek is at this point in the story. You were born of a Netchman's wife and destined to merge with the simulacrum of your mother, skilled and blended in all the arts of the star-wounded East, underwater and in fire and in metal and in ash, 6 times the wise, to become the union of male and female, the magic hermaphrodite, the martial axiom, the sex death of language, and unique in all the middle world. Like, hey, that's... What is it? This is gonna be a reference. This is gonna be a link to the previous thing. Captain what? Hey! New first time chat. Kurtusik? Kurtusik? I'm not sure how to pronounce Q without a U after it. But welcome. Welcome to the chat, Kurtusik. We're about to switch to world building, but you know, this has been a ride. Kurt? Okay, Kurt's good. Kurtukik. Kurtuk. Okay. World building, yes, we are. Go back, yeah. Oh, hey, adblock. Piss off. World building is fun, yeah. I need to change the stream title now. So it's let's world build. Detailing. Major setting. Major cities. And I should say. Done. Bro needs ad block ad. It happens like maybe once every 2 weeks, I'm gonna say. It's not a crazy common thing. And it saves me having to watch ads elsewhere. I'm sure there are other ad blocks that are better. But I started doing it yesterday, but it started raining and I have a very thin roof. So it's loud and it was not going to be a good stream experience. Like anyone that would join it would be the thing they'd hear over my voice. Also, I should get some music going, by which I mean Skyrim atmospheres. Skyrim atmosphere? You know the one. Where is going to be in the list? Right at the bottom. So, cities of the world. There's 2 that I'm working on right now. I'm going to put more in the list as I kind of need them. Good place to end your world building with the big titty goth mummies, but, you know, I'm feeling more muscle mummies here. Also, it's annoying not having an accent where that sounds good. Are you doing a hard... No. Kinda. It's complicated. The way that the magic in this works is that it's the... There's a... The deity, as high up as I'm really going to go with the setting, that's in charge of everything, instantiates magic on a case-by-case basis, depending on narrative and aesthetic factors. Which functionally means that looking like a wizard makes you a wizard. Doing, like, rituals and all that will make you a wizard, but it's not because the ritual does something, but because the god of the setting is like, yeah, that feels like it should do magic. Um, and then like issues crop up when people understand that, but for the most part, people are kind of blind to that because you come up with a theory, magic works like this, and then you do it and magic happens. But if you go against your theory, it's like, oh, magic's not happening. That must mean that my theory is correct. It also means that there's like competing magic systems, which I'm gonna characterize as traditions. Anyway, two places that need to be detailed: Thulos and Thulandria and Basilica. Um, Thulandria, and Basilica. Thulandria is capital of the Northern Kingdoms. Like accessed by long. Often narrow causeways. Dedicated to a major discipline of truth. Those being hey. Yo, Moon's Life on Mars. Yellowski to you too. It's been a pretty good day. I watched like a dozen episodes of Bleach because I'm working my way through that. We just got done reading the lessons 10 through 18 of the 36 lessons of the deck. And they were a real ride. The deck has relations with Molag Bal. That was interesting. I figure out what these five major disciplines. Uh, it's a sort of warrior religion. Um, the I mean, for the deity, it's sort of an automatic process that happens, but they um, but yeah, magic use case by case, but in a way that's sensible. It's sort of an aesthetic narrative harmony that you have to have. No, it's the deity is neutral. The deity does not care about good or evil. The deity does not care if you use the magic for evil. The deity only cares that it makes sense that the magic should work. So if you sacrifice 50 people to do something really cool but really evil, it'll work, probably, maybe. But also if you train for 50 years on mastering some sort of energy manipulation, you can do that. It's it's sort of a hand wavy process, but with an underlying like, yeah, here's why it's hand wavy. This is the guy waving his hands. It's not me. It's the Deus. Um, where's the? I have the thing. I think the actual theology is less interesting than the religions of the setting, because the people in the setting have religions that aren't true, but because of the way the magic system works, the religions appear to be true because religious beliefs perform an aesthetic and narrative justification for a magical result in the same way that other things do. Um, so like one of the religions, they think that when like really great people die, they go up and become like exalted beings for a while before moving on to a higher realm. And while in that exalted state, they can provide blessings for people. And like that at least seems to be true because it's a justification and, you pray for a blessing that might magically happen. But on the counter side of this, the religion of Gruth believe that um, all beings are parts of one larger being that was split among them. Or, all beings in the material world. Part of some larger being that was scattered across the world. And when you kill someone, you absorb the part of them that is that person, become stronger. You have to pay attention to the promise. That's the secret. The promise and how you are going to pay it to the readers. Will it be in installments or in cash? That's your compass of tropes, Medokata. Oh, hey, it's Dreamy Bloody. Nice seeing you here again. Are you going to be more coherent today? I never know what's up with you. Um, I'm usually not quite sure what Dreamy Bloody is saying. I do need to adapt to the madness, but it's a process, and I also have to focus on the stream. Oh, yo, we love lurkers in this chat. Little mossy tree. Sorry, the way that it's being shown to me is dark blue text on a dark blue background. So it took me a moment to read that. How do I fix that? Because that is kind of annoying not being able to read it well. I love it when Twitch does... Yeah, it's great. Yeah, there's always a logic to it, but, you know. I think the real problem is that I haven't poured a drink yet. You know what? We're getting one drink down just so that I can understand him a little. Okay, so let's make a little note here about... I need to be heading to markets. Are you world building a book or a homebrew? Was the question at me or was it at someone else in the chat? Cup chair. Because I think I explained this to you the other day, that this is a like just sort of a storytelling medium more so, and also I'm planning on using it for a tabletop game at some point. And I showed off the tabletop thing. I might have. I mean, might have been a different stream. People blur together sometimes. It's because I was watching a talk by Brandon Sanderson about the basic structures of stories. So when we look at writing, there's a lot of romanticism and mysticism about what writing is. Look at ideas through a microscope takes away some of the magic. It's like something... Like sometimes the intellectual can have an emotional price of belief, so to speak. So I said something very Genesisian about the axioms of writing. Someone turned me on to Brandon Sanderson the other week, and I still need to get around to watching it. Let's see if I can remember who it was. I think it was Cypher Robinson, who's another reading and writing streamer, but he's usually just AFK. Mormon Brando Sando. Is he a Mormon? That's like an orange flag? I don't know. I mean... I don't... something I've never done... Something I've never seen done by world builders is state how much of the population is lactose intolerant. For example, in real life, some 70% of the population is lactose intolerant. I think it's more useful to know if dairy consumption is a normal part of the culture, because what you'd find is that populations where lactose tolerance is common are places that consume a lot of dairy, and like vice versa. So like no one in New Zealand is lactose intolerant. I thought it was like growing up. I thought it was like a kind of 1% of people like peanut allergies or something. But yeah, you look at trying to think of a place that doesn't consume a lot of dairy. Probably Vietnam. I don't know. But it's more useful to know what people do than what people are a lot of the time. And what people do will tell you what they are. I've never read his books. I mean, I've read some passages of study, but his last book was controversial. They say he came with strong support for the LGBT community, so I don't know. Eastern Asia has a lot of lactose intolerance. I got told that his last book was a hard read for a new reader of his, because of the way that it introduces the story. So it was basically, don't read this unless you trust Brandon Sanderson to tell you a good story, because it's a rough start. Similar with some populations get diabetes because they don't process sugar well. Yeah. I mean, in medieval fantasy, sugar consumption is not as much of a concern. Like what people do, not what people are. Damn this. Yeah. I mean, I would find it more interesting to read that a group of people have a culture where they drink a lot of milk, make a lot of cheese, and that's like a common part of when they have feasts or something, than being told, oh, these people are lactose intolerant. Like, there's no meaning to something about a person unless it has an effect on the story. On the contrary, what they do is who they are, not necessarily what they say or think about themselves. Their actions are an extension of themselves. Yeah, but for the purpose of a story, what they are only matters in so much as it affects what they do, because stories are about doing things, not being things. Like, the stuff I'm doing here, this is a lot of what they are. But even then, it's easier to give it in the context of what people do. Zelandria are a great place to acquire a yeah. I think it's from Northmen raids on the Midlands. Veritable? Is that the word? I'm gonna double check the word. Veritable. Yeah, okay. I don't know what it means, but I'm using the word. I can commit an act to have a reward. I can commit an act to have a reward or specific flattery, but there's a coherence in these attitudes, right? They are evident. Hello, Ellie writes. You said you are from New Zealand? Yeah, I'm from New Zealand. Yeah, so there has to be harmony between what you are and what you do. Like, it wouldn't make sense for... have you seen any Kias destroy cars? I live on the North Island, but, actually, I think we might have had a Kia run-in, but they didn't get our car. It was... So, I went to the South Island at one point, and we went up to the mountains. Do I sing Maori? It's Maori, there's no I in it. Or there's the I at the end, but there's no I in the middle. I do know a few Hakas. I'm not sure what the right pluralization is. Kia is a kind of bird. They're an alpine parrot. They might be the only alpine parrot. But they're a parrot that lives up in the snowy mountains of the South Island. And they are intelligent because they're parrots. And they are menaces to society because they're parrots. Because they're intelligent. But you scream these stuffs when you're angry or happy for pride? Oh, Metaphoric America, hello. It's cultural. I've not done a haka since He's, it might have been after high school, but high school was the last place where haka was really a thing I did. I find it funny that a car can destroy your car. A Kia can destroy your car, I assume. You can't do anything about it because you'd get arrested if you did. I mean, the Kia doesn't know what it's doing. It might be like nesting material. I don't know. Why do Kias destroy cars? We're on a tangent now. Why do Kia destroy cars? For fun. Uh... I mean, it doesn't know the importance that a car has to a person. A car is, like, what's property to humans is just stuff to an animal, right? They don't have the same... I don't think so. I don't think they do mimicry. Can Kia mimic speech? No. It's a parrot. It's a type of parrot. They're a very large species of parrot. Look at them. Actually, less than a kilogram, but still, that's big for a bird. Sorry, we started talking about Kias for some reason. I got asked about if I've seen any Kia destroy cars. Yeah, it's we're studying bird law. And no, it is not a crime for a Kia to destroy your car. Did I spell that right? I didn't. I knew I didn't spell it right, but I didn't have the right spelling in my brain. A good source for so it'd be a good place to buy spell stones. Do any animals wander this market? Should there be an alpine parrot that lives? I mean, this is an alpine area, but it is a very cold area. Birds are horrifyingly intelligent. That's all they got going for them. Alpine parrot that steals shiny trinkets? Yeah. Actually, you know what? I don't... how about instead of a parrot, let's make it a corvid. Corvids are smart, and trinkets stealing's more of a corvid thing. But let's make it like a white corvid. An AX. I don't really like birds, but I started to like them because some of them can talk, but they're kind of macabre. I remember a Full Metal Alchemist episode which has a chimera bird that is suffering. I should rewatch Full Metal Alchemist. Is this from the earlier Full Metal Alchemist, or was it from Brotherhood? Because I've only seen Brotherhood. I don't remember that off the top of my head. But I'm aware that the content between them is a bit different. Although I think it's mostly that... Yeah, I think the difference is that Full Metal Alchemist is just missing some of the stuff that's in Brotherhood. Like, it's a bit sparse. Or it's a bit less manga accurate. I guess the first one, it's more darkness, and I ain't follow the full lore, but it's pretty the same. Yeah. I think there is a reason... What does that sound? I think there's, walnuts falling on my roof again. What was I saying? It entirely threw off my train of thought. There's a reason that Brotherhood is... My walls are, like, this thick. I basically live in a shed. You could be under my floor, though. There's plenty of... There's, like, this much clearance under my floor. I could get under that. Alright. I might be in the same camp. Ooh. Getting this little whistling sound from the Skyrim atmosphere. We need a section on the King's Fortress. And we need a name for the fortress. Because all fortresses have... All cool fortresses have names. Also, I'm going to double check. I wrote a thing in a story about... A short story I didn't finish. That included reference to... the... This. Urwik and the Dragon. Writing a short story. Royal Keep. I just called it the Royal Keep here. What's the kingdom called? It's called the Kingdom of the Northmen. They don't need much to distinguish themselves because they're the only... They were for a long time the only significant kingdom, and they're just the one up in the north. And the fortress is in Thulos, in the city of Thalandria. I've asked this more than 3 times, but are you creating a game or a novel? I am just writing. I am planning on using this for a setting for some short stories, if I get around to writing them, and also for some tabletop role-playing game. Oh yeah, also, the reason for the kingdom's foundation was the shared religion called Gruth, which is the belief that... I could quickly bring it up, but... I find the... Religion of the world. I meant the reason for the founding of the fortress in that particular area. It's just a really well-defended area. There's fortresses all up and down. I think it's... Okay, so the reason the fortress is there is because it is a bustling port town that's well protected from the anyone coming up the coast. And it's got good access to the lake, which is a good fishing area. But, like, there are fortresses all down the coast. Notable to the fortress is that slate, a lot of slate in its construction. It also has a central room, a central throne room where there's an aperture in the ceiling that lets in light, and it's got a real neat effect to it. What? There's some kind of, maybe it's sepulcher meaning or monument. Okay. My brain thought of the Twilight Sepulchre from Skyrim, but I don't know. Yeah, booth. Oh man, there's a lot going on in this little bit of text. Wolfram threw me off because I know a person who named their character Wolfram. Will it be hard to distinguish if I have younger people in my story have their names not capitalized but adults do? Okay. Yeah, I mean, Wolfram I kind of named after the hit maths website Wolfram Alpha, out of respect, but also because it kind of feels appropriate. Um, I think not capitalizing names generally throws people off because it is such a consistent feature of English writing that if you see a capitalized word, your brain goes, okay, this is a proper noun or an honorific pronoun. Or the first word in a sentence. I think it will be a bit difficult for readers to only capitalize adult names. Um, uh, out in front. This. Oh, you know, the royal keep. It's actually a keep, not a fortress. There's a difference, but let's actually see what it is. Keep versus fortress. Wolfram throws me off because it's the word for tungsten in Russian. Also true. They do a lot of mining there and a lot of smithing. It might have been why I chose it, actually. Let's see what I wrote in the Holdings of the Northmen document. We're going down to Wolfram. Some mining and a lot of smithing. Wolfram is a common stop on the way down to raid the Midlands. Slowly this grew into becoming an arms industry. Depends on how well you explain. For example, there's a movie called Malazan. I don't know if you've heard of it, but anyway, there's so much information that the guy throws at once that it becomes indigestible. It's much more a question of how good you are at writing techniques. Interesting unintentional Easter egg. At some level, I know that tungsten is wolf something or other because the periodic table for it is a W, and that's a thing everyone knows. Anyway, Thulos, Philandria, Royal Keep. Serves as the seat of the houses of the throne room of the king. Writing is tricky. I am impressed by the types of people that can do like 1,000 words a day. I mean, I can do that like once every while, but there's people that do 1,000 words or thousands of words a day every day for years. Yeah, I'm also like that. Depends how I'm feeling, but if it was my job and I had to do that constantly, you know, I gotta not feel the kind of way where I'm writing few words. Not possible. I'm getting bored of Skyrim atmospheres. Let's manage to write 1,000 words plus for 2 months straight almost every day. Crazy. Sometimes I can get out 700 words in an hour to write out a backstory. Sometimes I can't get past 100. Yeah. Um, I could never do a consistent writing thing. Burned out mid-February. Hmm. Again, I have not written very many words this stream. A fair bit of words. The reason I'm streaming is so that I actually write. Because I would not write if I wasn't streaming. I would do this for like 10 hours and then go to bed. And I feel really bad about myself at the end. I don't have a problem with names, but if you're writing a pop novel, you want to capitalize captivate the public as quickly as possible. Young people, for example, maybe because of too many complicated names, this mission is difficult, but it's not impossible. It depends on whom, how, what I'm trying to achieve. Hard time writing backstories, but I have an even harder time writing a detailed personality. And then I'm gonna say capitalize your names because that's a convention of English that names have capital letters at the start. And like I wouldn't write a book for an English audience that consistently has names with unpronounceable characters. You know, I wouldn't cover my names in diacritic marks. I might have like umlauts occasionally, but that'd be it. And even then, I'd want that to be pretty sparing. Backstories for characters that I'm not playing are hard. If I'm playing a character in a tabletop role-playing game, and it's like, oh, this is all I need to write. A backstory. Easy. But then if I'm writing a backstory for every character in a thing, or like a bunch of characters, I kind of want them to just be a guy. I use umlauts for names of old characters that are supposed to be more ancient. Yeah, umlauts have a very Tolkien elf feeling to them because, yeah, there's a lot of those in them. I'm avoiding the use of diacritic marks where I can. There's this is the only diacritic mark I've used so far, actually. Daynor. Because I don't want, because it's pronounced that way, and we don't really have a good way of writing that in English outside of a diacritic mark. And it's not Denor. But like, as a general rule, the R in this is tap. Artus. Denor. Ruth. So in the northern tongue, that's just how it works. And then I've, switched to not writing it out every time because that's effort to either copy paste it or learn the alt command for it. From the In order to write about background characters, you need to understand what characters are. Dude, there are several categories. Are they a seed that will sprout and become a point of view? Are they iconic characters who won't have an arc of evolution? Are they there just for a specific interaction? If you don't know how to answer anything, ask, and ask again. And ask Google too, and always keep asking things. Kinda real. Something I've noticed that a lot of mediocre writing has that... Okay, so I'm going to talk about anime here. Ooh. Good anime, even if it's not like well animated, even if like the writing... 36 Lessons of Vivek live and direct from the Vivek Goon Cave. He is a bit of a gooner. Anyway, so there's a thing that they talk about a lot in anime, but I don't hear talk about a lot in other things, called economy of character. Where whenever you're having a character do something, ask yourself, does this need to be a new character? Like, if you just need a character to do something, does it need to be a new character, or could it be just someone else that you've already introduced? Where did he come from? What do he want? What does he do here? What is he like? Does he have any quirks? What color is his hair? Is he boring? Is he handsome? Is he good or bad? Howdy, I'm a D&D tabletop role-playing game writer, so it's interesting to see the writing medium in different ways. Hey, welcome back, Professor Roswin. Haven't seen you in... I can't remember, actually. I'm not good at keeping track of names. But it's good to have you back. You need a Colosseum. Colosseum? That's the right spelling. No, it's not. Damn it. Colosseum. Yeah, you tend to stream when I'm sleeping. I stream when my fiance is sleeping because if she's awake, I'd rather be hanging out with her. And she's in a different time zone, which is really unfortunate. But oh, wait. The Colosseum. So, has a prominent Colosseum. Way do it the best. Letting the seed grow is the way. Planning everything is not worth it. Things happen at the right time, and sometimes we don't need to know everything. Only the right questions matter. That's a fair philosophy of writing. I do notice a lot of writers do tend to get stuck in the weeds when people don't read a book for the weeds, they read a book for the arc. Like, the weeds are worth it for the sake of it being coherent and consistent. But if the weeds are an obstacle, then just don't bother with them. Used for... I also had the concept of thought bubbles to distinguish between internal and external dialogue. Is this... Wait. Is this like a comic, or is this like a book? Because thought bubbles are a comic trope. People have their own ways of writing. What I find is just writing and reading will naturally improve your skills. Also true. I'm impressed a lot by people that can stream of consciousness write. Like a comic book and book thrown together. I mean, the purpose of a thought bubble is to distinguish an internal and external internal and external dialogue. And when you're writing a book, you can have a quote but then say they thought. Because people do sometimes think in words. Pretty sure Tolkien does this a fair bit in the last chapter that I read. As a stream of conscious writer is, I wish I had better planning and prepping skills. Is italics to distinguish thoughts? Yeah. Thoughts are hard. Because my issue with my best creative work is after about 2 bears. The golden spot, 2 bears. Thoughts are a difficult thing because I have an issue where it's like, is this information that the audience should be privy to? I have trouble with that part. Like, whose point of view is this from? You know, it's if I'm writing in third person, does it still make sense for me to include people's thoughts? Doesn't make sense for me to include specific characters' thoughts? Or does that make them sort of, you know, who's the narrator? Am I some deity floating outside of the work as a creator that can read everyone's minds? Or am I... How come I use Google for writing? I don't know. Is there something else I should be using? Because I mean, this works fine, and it's it lets me quickly create new documents. It lets me change up the editing on the fly. For the purpose of streaming, it means that I can do this, look up something, and it's on the same window capture. Whenever I write a backstory, I start from the abilities they currently have. What do they do in their childhood/earlier years? They got them those skills. What type of people do they interact with? Then lastly, what made them want to go where they are now? These are the main things I get out if I'm not feeling too motivated. Honestly, that's a sensible way of doing it, because, you know, you have there's a purpose you want a character to fulfill, and then the question is, why does a person fulfill this purpose? Writing is like music. You can have a jazz jam session and see what happens, or you can come up with a hook that's been playing around in your head. But I don't know the best days I've ever had in my life. I didn't plan them. I just went with the flow, and before I knew it, I was naked with a person more beautiful than I thought I could get. I mean, I don't know. Was the last person necessary? All characters exist. You just have to find them. Last part. I don't think the last part was necessary, but you know, that's kind of who Dreamy Bloody is. He just does that, and I'm not gonna stop him because he's a character, and he exists, and we've found him. Although he's also the kind of character that would contest my claim that he exists, I suspect. Where was I? Character is defined by the challenges they can't walk away from. Sometimes a character is defined by the challenges they do walk away from. Like cowards, you know? I think there's a lot that can be done with a character that runs away from a challenge. That's like the second step of a hero's journey. I guess that they can't run away as part of a hero's journey. But you need unsuccessful heroes' journeys to make the successful ones meaningful. The site of as mere entertainment for the masses. I don't know, I've been throwing around the whole comic book thought bubble trope. I wouldn't try to describe real people because I meet so many people in my life that are like smaller than life. I want larger than life characters, and I don't find those in life. You know, I'm writing a fantasy thing because I want like insane people. Like insane battle crazed people, or people that are good beyond reason, or people that are like people that are the kind of the people that probably don't exist. Um, Actually, you know what? Let's capacity. What is the capacity of the Colosseum? 87,000 people. Ooh. I think this thing should be bigger than the Colosseum because people come from out of Philandria to the Colosseum. I'm not speaking of making real people into characters. What I'm trying to say is that you should look at how real people work, their logic and rationality, because in the end you are writing people, no matter how deranged or unreal they may be. I just don't get people though. My brain is wired in a way that I don't get people. My backstory for my backup D&D character is about 3 paragraphs, good length. Something along the lines of, he descends from a circus caravan that travels the desert from city to city. Caravan got stuck. A sandstorm caused them to get lost from where they were. Brass Dragon Lair, taken in. They provided entertainment. Characters born in the caravan and learned how to be an entertainer. We also talked with the dragon and learned various things. Such as Draconic explains ways. Expertise in history and insight. Then the backstory ends with something along the lines of a red dragon attacks, forcing him to flee. Never finds out what happens with people or the dragon, as there is no body when he eventually returns. Fun. So are his parents circus folk, or is he like a circus orphan? Orphan? That doesn't sound right. But born into the circus as in like adopted by a circus as a baby, or as in from a circus family? Like as in born into it. Neat. I mean, those circus folk get up to some crazy stuff. Housing. About 250,000 people. Often filled over capacity as people arrive from outside of the holding to attend. What was the name of the major festival? Here's an issue with my notes. I don't remember where I put the note about cultural differences. Fashion, music, bathing. Nope. Those are just like, there's trivia. It might be in my general Northman document. Nope, this is sparse as hell. I had a thing about a festival they did. No clue where that note went. Sorry. Ember Step Caravan. Good name for a caravan, especially in the desert. I assume magic in this world. I assume magic is in this world you're writing about. Yeah, magic. It's magic is very wishy-washy in the sense that there is a reason why it works, but it's not within the knowledge of people. If you have trouble understanding people, then writing dialogue and realistic gestures might be cumbersome. Yeah, okay, so my issue is that I am rather autistic. I'm good at managing it, but it is a thing. I understand, like, a handful of people. And I've never understood body language. I once wrote a dragon story, but my story is always macabre. I have a slightly perverted mind. So on the boy's journey, he managed to reach dragon, but the dragon burned his entire body, and he had a cowardly friend who was in the group, who later became famous for having killed the dragon. And this was a girl who was essayed by mocking little elves along the way. Insane thing to say in chat. Essentially, character building is a huge slice of psychology. The issues I find most often among new writers is that they try to add traits to characters without actually making them develop. What if in this giant colosseum people were able to rent a set of glasses or goggles of sorts that had a zoom enhancement so that they could see what was going on more clearly? I think... Okay, so... I don't think individualized magic items make a lot of sense for the Northmen, just because of their views on the use of magic. But I could see them having a sort of magical screen, like a jumbotron of sorts. So let's give them a magical jumbotron. As sets up, what exactly are their views on magic? They have a low view on the importance of magic as a practice. Like, they still perform magic in the sense that the powers of the people are derived from the magic system. Like, you know, the process of growth is a form of magic, but it's a religious magic. But, like, the arcane arts, like, you know, there's spell tablets, there's... I don't know. You wouldn't become a magician, or a, wizard or something like that. You would become an artisan. And as an artisan, you might make the occasional tool, but the tools aren't really things to be used for their purpose, but rather to supplement other arts. Basically, they have a low cultural view on the importance of magic. So having something highly sophisticated for individual people would not be a thing they do, but having something fairly sophisticated for a large group of people, they'd be fine with. Public executions on the Enchanted Jumbotron. So Colosseum battles are often a form of capital punishment, but the Gruth, because of the Gruth religion, they would never perform a public execution or an execution of any kind, because executions aren't a form of combat, and souls are not absorbed outside of combat. And it would be wrong to kill someone without absorbing their soul. Will any non-bloody things go on inside of this Colosseum? No. The Colosseum is a is a religiously significant location set apart for the purpose of the religious rite of Gruth. And so it would be wrong to do something that's not a performance of that. There are plazas and squares and pavilions for that sort of thing. Secret of dialogue is subtext. Yeah, I had Cypher Robinson say that to me. Another streamer on here who's probably asleep right now. There's a kind of attack and defense in dialogue. They serve to move the plot forward. In this case, the mini-plot that is happening in this scene. Do disabled people exist, or do they all get cured by magic? I think their life expectancies aren't good. Like, the prognosis for being disabled in this world isn't great, but if you were born to a high family, there'd be a good chance of you getting remedied, not cured. Possibly cured, depending on the ailment. Like, if you lose an arm, you can regrow that. But if you lose your eyes, you might be out of eyes for good, but you might gain an ability that fully compensates for your lack of eyes. And then it also depends a bit on where in the world you are. Like, in the north, I think your prognosis would be fairly alright, although you would be still expected to fight, even if your disability wasn't cured or remedied fully. So, you know, you would see people with one arm or one eye, or like really bad scoliosis and whatnot on the battlefield doing their thing. Are they just sources for materials? Do some groups try to tame more ferocious animals such as wolves? Northmen's view on animals is that they are the same kind of so they've got a soul in the same kind of sense that Northmen have it, but the Northmen just have bigger souls, as in souls that have absorbed more parts of the one being that exists through all of them. They would try to tame some you would probably find them trying to tame wolves, and because that's cool, not because of any view on animals, but just because it's a fantasy setting, you gotta do that. And hunting an animal is combat. So it's combat as long as the target isn't submitting to your will. And people try to game this a little bit, and there are ways to have a Berserker class of elite troops. Berserkers are one of the... Actually, Berserker is the original form of magic in the setting, as in it's the oldest known magical tradition, because it's a kind of magic in the sense that, like lots of things are kind of magic. When you see a normal human lift 500 kgs over their head, that's magic. It's not something else. Really, it's best to combine dialogue building methods based on the characters involved. Yeah, I need to get better at dialogue, but stadium suspended in the air by magic is a large four-face screen allowing observers a clearer look at the combat occurring within. So yeah, berserkers are a kind of magic user, but in a sense that all things are magic users, but they're not a type of spellcaster, because spellcaster is a bit more of a, you know, it involves the use of magic to change the world outside of yourself. And berserkers only change their physiological reality. Hmm. Let's add some stuff for Basilica. Actually, you know, we are on a good thing of talking about the Northmen, though. Maybe I'll keep working on Philandria and do Basilica some other day, because I would need to go and explain what the Exalted Empire believes, and that would be a whole process. Is there a Virgin Priestess class? Nah. I think the I always find those things kind of weird and pervy, and I don't like having weird pervy stuff in my fiction. I'd much prefer to have I forgot my words. I'd much more have things that are really badass rather than just a bit weird. Yeah, I was thinking like the Roman Vestal Virgins. The so the Exalted Empire are a bit more, I say Rome-esque, but they're like they're actually a bit more like Catholicism mixed with Hinduism in a weird way, and it's complicated. Oh. No. You don't know nothing, Jon Snow. Hmm. Again, okay, actually, I haven't seen unit class. Okay, so eunuchs historically mostly existed in the context of having a female ruler with male advisors. Where it's like, okay, well, a eunuch is is an emasculated male that is, you know, they're capable of performing male labor, but in the context of being in the presence of, you know, a royal woman where they won't pose a threat. Eunuchs are a really weird and awkward historical thing. And I want things in the same to be cool. I will say within the okay, so I think there's sort of a mixed view on reproduction, where it's like, are you splitting Artus into more pieces by reproducing? You know, maybe don't go too far with this whole reproduction thing. But we do need more warriors for Gruth. So you're encouraged to produce a small-ish number of powerful children rather than a large number of weak children. They're very A-selected. I think that's what it is. I haven't read up on RK selection theory in a while. I'm not sure it's K selection. Let's write a thing on clan halls. Many clans, many families of the clan of Thulos find their homes here in Thulandria. These families often have dozens of members, and as such, their whole titanic structures. I'm just gonna write enormous. And this song kind of goes hard. You need me to change up the volume levels on anything? Feel free to say. Tell apart a clan hall from the surrounding building by the way it's allowing for a large dining. Some of the okay, you say you're trying to catch me. A lot of the stuff is just stuff I'm doing off the top of the dome. Like, I hadn't thought before about the existence or non-existence of a unit class, but I don't like the idea. Anyway, my story is a sort of proto-Green Lantern in that it involves Kelotherry, and they have oaths each kingdom doesn't break. Does each Keller have a motto? No. I mean, Kellers are a good way of establishing identity very easily. I think whenever you have an easy world-building device, there's a balance you need to make between making it easy to understand but not like seem childish. I think a lot of comic book stuff, they just don't care about seeming childish. Which, you know, if you do enough of that, it's like, okay, now it's suddenly hard to understand because there's like 50 fairly childish ideas that I need to understand all at once. And, it adds up. So I think you shouldn't worry too much about, about that, but at least a little. Damn, that's barely picking up the song. It can be a motto in the form of an enigma. For example, before the blue characters fight, they say, "The crystal clear waters are the mother's tears." So they get their powers from the sun. Hey, Angel Faye. Man, today's chat is popping off. Let's go. Yeah, I'm working on the cities of the setting. I'm currently doing Philandria, which is the seat of the Northern Kingdom. Yeah, seat of the Northern King and the Northern Kingdom, which is right here by the lake. Lots of temples, lots of combat. Is it all humans or are there humanoid hybrids? It's mostly humans. You might see like an elf or a dwarf every once in a while, but we're currently in the Age of Men. So humans have sort of dominion over the world. Might be the occasional like half giant, let's say. How does it happen? I don't want to go into detail. But you know what? Let's write that into the thing. Population. Why is it underlining that? Oh, and I don't want to press F11. Why did I? F12 I hit. Oop. Leave the giant breeding smut to you. Will do, chief. City of Philandria is home to let's say 800,000. Every 8 years or solar cycle, solar eclipse, each kingdom picks a champion to represent them in a tournament to determine. Oh yeah, you told me about this, I think. Or was it someone else? They had a fairly similar thing. I can't remember if this is your first time in chat or if this is someone else. Okay, yeah. Mostly humans, but elves, dwarves, and half giants aren't an uncommon sight. Actually, you know what? No elves. Elves are, seen very rarely and viewed with distrust. People don't trust elves. Elves have a very weird thing about them where they're just not gonna play ball. That's a big part of who they are. They just don't play along with other people's stuff. Love the song. Due to their refusal to participate in Gruth. So, okay, there's two reasons why elves don't play along with human religions. Hey, thank you, little mossy tree. Love to see it. I got those set up just the other day, and you're the first person to trigger a follower notification. So that's massive. So yeah, elves refuse to participate in human religions for two reasons. The first is a lot of elves are older than whatever human religion they're being invited to join. So Gruth is the older of the two, and it's about 800 years old at the point where with the continuity I'm ending it. At the point where the continuity, I've decided I'm gonna remove the 5 UA and remove that. I've also changed why this is the way it is, but 0 is where the continuity splits, and I'm going to be doing the tabletop stuff after that. But before that, that's all fiction writing. 900 is when Gruth, the religion, becomes predominant. And, like, elves live to be about 1400. So there's a good chance that... There's a decent chance that if you're an elf, you're older than Gruth. And you're definitely going to be older than a lot of, like, specific teachings of Gruth. And then 370 is when the Empire was founded, along with their religion, the Imperial religion. What it's called. If there's very few religions, you don't need to come up with a name for it, and they don't have the way we name religions in modern culture is a bit weird, but we assume there's some kind of founding teacher. Anyway, so if you're an elf, you're probably older than the You're probably older than the Imperial religion, and you're possibly older than than Gruth. So you don't play ball with them. But the other reason, there's a second reason, elves don't care that much about other people. They're very all about their own stuff. They obsess about something. They pick a thing and they focus on it for 100 years, and then, you know, when they feel like they're done with that thing, they pick something else. This is not the right vibe for the stream. Anyway, at I think at 11, which is the next hour, I'm gonna switch to the next part of the agenda. Oh, thank you for the subscription. I don't know why the notification didn't pop there. Lara X Lust. I don't know why the thing goofed. Maybe I've got a cooldown set on it, but thank you. I appreciate every follow. And thank you, Kurt, as well. Any vibe is right if I like it. True. Always out for streams that cover writing. Yeah, I'm just doing world building. I would love to do more writing, but... What are writing? World building for a fantasy setting. I'm currently working on just broad details to do with one of the major settings, and then I'm going to move on to the other one. One of the major cities of the setting, and then called Thulandria, which is the capital of the north. And that's located here on the lake, and these are all the provinces. There's a lot going on. Here's what the map looks like as a whole. It's going to load in 5 minutes. We've got white crows called Ek. We've got a keep that I haven't named. Hey, if you want to name a keep, that'd be cool. By the way, how are you with reading? Okay, just earlier I read lessons 10 through 18 of the 36 lessons of Vivek, so I think I'm doing pretty well with reading. I probably won't read tonight because I'm drinking a little. I've only had one drink so far, I think. I've lost count, but I think I've had one. Stonewood? Oh, I've lost internet for a moment. Sorry if I lost internet there. I just saw the thing vanish. Stonewood. I kind of like that, but I'm gonna edit it slightly. It's gonna be the Stonewood. You know what? Stonewood. Stone ward. It's a ward, right? You know, it's a barrier made out of stone. Yeah. And it's a division. But it's also a type of barrier. Let's see. An area of guard enclosed by the encircling walls of a fortress or castle. So it's sort of a case where the Baileys were known as the Stone Ward for a while, and the castle had another name, but then people came to just call them the castle, the name of the Baileys. Hey, okay, why did that take so long to pop up? That was 3 minutes ago. Hey, Kurt, I guess in 3 minutes you're gonna get a little pop-up saying, we're gonna get a little pop-up saying, you're now following, so enjoy that. Anyway, yeah, the Stone Ward. I like that. That's a good title. Strange. Quiet. Yeah, so this is a... Oh, no. Okay, it didn't take 3 minutes. That took only 1 more minute. I don't know what's going on with stream elements. Any other details we should get for Thalandria? Maybe imports and exports? That seems kind of boring. Kind of dry. It imports looted stuff from raiders. You know, it imports raid loot, it exports raiders. That's the big thing. I think we've got 40 minutes before I switch to the next topic, so I'm going to switch to talking about Basilica. Oh. And let's start off with the, Basilica is the capital of the Exalted Empire, and it is located in the province of Basilicum, yeah. What sort of thing? What things did I write about it? Let's see, it's the major bodies of the imperial government and their religion. Because, you know, recently I've been gathering some readers to check out if my work actually sucks or not. I feel like you missed... Oh, there's a follow-up to... if anything, I'm trying to insinuate a brief talk about my own work. Sorry, I missed that because the alerts disarmed me. I would not be the perfect judge of whether a work is good or not, but I could probably tell you if it sucks. So maybe actually, can you whisper people on? I need to learn how messaging on Twitch works. There is a way to message people, right? Yeah. So if you wanna whisper me a link to it, more about if it's actually, or you can just drop a link to it here if you want in the chat. It's more about if it's enjoyable. I don't really care if it's perfect or ideal. I mean, yeah, sure. If you drop a link to it in the chat, I can Oh, okay. Keep the tab. And it's on... I don't know where it is on your thing. Just click on my username and there will be a button. But I don't know where the button is. Oh, I mean for the whisper. Sorry, I just drop the link in chat. It'll be the easiest way. Then I can chuck it in my I have a document here. Books to read on stream. Let me update this. 18 done. You can cut the line in front of Democracy, the God That Failed. And Phenomenology of the Spirit. Which, I think both these are going to be way too dense to get through on stream. So there's a good chance I'll drop these, because... Just say something in chat and I'll DM you instead. Oi. How long are these things? Because I could read it on stream, if you'd like. But if it's terribly long, I don't know. If the stranger... How do I disable that? Settings... security and privacy. We'll use it. Turn off that. Okay. I hope that's done it. There's no, like, save changes button. Also, 38,000 words. That's a lot of words. 8,000 divided by 6 is like 6,000 per chapter, right? Yeah, around into 30. How long is a word? I don't know. I'll give it a look. Verify your email. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, I'll give it a look. Varies from 4K to 10K. Yeah, so. Hopefully it's good streamable material, because actually I'm gonna ask real quick, do I have your permission to stream it if I read it? I'm probably not gonna read it otherwise, because I'm working my way through Seeker? Yeah, I think the book's called Seeker. I can see it from here, but I gotta look really hard and my eyesight's not good. I'm working my way through a science fiction series about a I want to characterize him as a treasure hunter, but he's, space treasure hunter. I suppose, yeah, it is a sort of fast pass, but I don't mind sharing some material before posting it. I mean, yeah, if it makes you feel any... If it soothes your mind, there's... If I'm lucky, there'll be a dozen people at most. Yeah, I saw the DM. I've opened the document. Lord of Cookies? Weird thing to be called on this potion. it isn't the most stark thing in the world. I am an amateur after all. Yeah, I mean, you're only an amateur until you get paid to do it. If I look, there it is on my thing. It's shown up there. Anyway, Basilica. So population. To go with that much. You know what? 1.3 million. This is a big city. Largely humans, but with a not insignificant elven population and a small number of dwarves. However, so far I've been getting otherwise positive feedback on my writing, not from writers by any means, but from artists. I mean, you know, feedback's feedback. I think people tend to undervalue the feedback of people that don't participate in. Oh, sorry, yeah, toe connoisseur sees I added Gutenberg. Yeah, it's at the end because I'm gonna go to that once I run out of stuff to read. But I've got a good amount to get through. Yeah, sorry I missed your message there, oh connoisseur. I was dealing with the thing with Kurt. Damn, this is kind of eerie. Bygone by Jonathan Evans, Matthias, Nicol Bossi, and Ridiculon from the Binding of Isaac sound. Let's go. So population sizable. Mostly humans. Fair amount of elves because it's a large city with libraries, and that's where you'll find an elf. Large city, libraries, magical teaching institutions. Boats. I won't be posting it until I get the cover from my illustrator, so there is still time before I get to it. We love illustrators. They make the world go around. Whole number of dwarves. That's really all I have to say about the population. I don't have any. There's no like gnomes or halflings in this setting. I just don't feel the need to include them. Actually, I have to do half folk in the Midlands documentation. I'm not sure. There's a word I had in my brain the other day. That's the court of the tribunal. This large court was initially a demonstration ground for wizards in the age of magic. arranged somewhat like an amphitheater with a large domed roof overhead. Yellow, how go? Hidden Scotty. It's going well. I'm doing work on the city of Basilica, which is the capital of the Exalted Empire, which are these guys. They live in this part of the city. Also these guys here, which are a breakaway group from the Empire. So they've got a big court where the tribunal holds their meetings. Getting this building to actually double check my timeline. When was the Age of Magic? 1700 to about 2000 years old. It was like to about 2000 years old. But, you know, as a world builder, you'd at least be able to flame my city and character names. I'm not great at naming things. I use Asgar for my maps, but yours looks pretty good. What you use for it? This is a program called Incarnate. It doesn't say on screen anywhere. Incarnate with a K. I'm just gonna write the name in plain text in chat so that you guys can read it and spell it correctly. It's got really good. I'm just gonna. You can add bits of map like that. You can also subtract like that. Pretty easy. And you can paint. Oh, wrong layer. You can paint on the water if you want. And you can paint on the land if you want. And then also has a stamp tool, so you can add icons for things. You can add, like, these ones are really good. I love all of these ones. And they all have sets, so you can hold a consistent visual identity. And there's a couple of styles that comes in as well. So you can do a fairly symbolic thing, or you can do something that's a bit more, like, a bit more realistic looking. And it goes all the way down to, like, I think fantasy battle maps are ones that are quite, not realistic, but, like, direct in what they symbolize, like, you know, that's a couch, sort of thing. Yeah, it's worth checking out if you want to. I pay for the full version of it, so I get a lot of features that are sort of paywall behind that, but, like, all the functionality to do something like this would be available for a free user. There's a great thing you can do also. Let's see if I can find it. Resize map from region. I love this tool. I could go like, let's say I wanted to make a map of the Cliffs of Anathema. I could select them. I can make a new scene from them. And then it would create a new map that's this, but scaled up to a full page. You know, with that content in it. And so I gotta have continuity between multiple maps like that. That's great. I use that to get from this, and from this, without having to, like, redraw every little nook. Because that would be impossible. It does help to go over a little bit just to make the edges a bit nicer looking, but you can also not do that. Fine. People don't look at maps that closely. I did have to scooch over these islands to here, and then retool them a little bit as well. It's a great tool. I love it. Ooh. That's fine. I love distractions. Houses. 3,000. Though most times uh 3,000. Stream is popping off. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm glad that people are watching. It's 3,000. So typically only 350. 350 members of the tribunal in attendance. The general public is permitted to attend meetings on less delicate matters. Big old building. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm gonna check against a particular place to where I live. This is gonna be my frame of reference. 950 seats? Yeah, so 5,000 is pretty reasonable. 950 seats is what the Sir Howard Morrison Performing Arts Theatre has. And, like, everything's bigger in this. This was the amphitheater for displays of magical prowess during a time when people had a lot of magical power. It's got space that you can, like, shoot out a big fireball over everyone's head and they can ooh and ah. You don't need to worry about them getting burned. So, yeah. The public can attend. They typically don't, but yeah, that's the Court of the Tribunal. This is a magical academy, like the Royal Albert Hall. I gotta look that one up. Ooh. Oh, this kind of goes hard. Yeah, maybe I will model it off of this. $5,000. So it's a bit smaller than the Royal Albert Hall, but I'm gonna take a note of that and say that it, you know, vaguely resembles that. I really appreciate that feedback. So vaguely resembles the Royal Albert Hall. That is a cool building. I should go to London sometime. So there's an Academy of Arcane Arts Spread around the city center. The academy is a series of buildings spread around the city center, having grown from the initial Hall of Magic over the past few hundred years, grown substantially from the initial Hall of Magic over the past few hundred years. Academy building. So is magic like dead in your world? Because you talk about a lot about the age of magic. No, magic is very much alive. The Academy of Arcane Arts is a place people go to learn magic. But the age of magic was a time where magic was just so much more potent because people had access to an ability called the Eyes That See, which allowed them to perceive a more essential nature of the world than what you can detect with your own eyes. So they had that, and that meant that like instead of the power of a magician doing this over time, it did that. The god of the setting stepped in and was like, nah, we're wrapping this part up. No more eyes that see. Bam. So actually within the setting at this point there exists one source of eyes that see, because the eyes that see were only removed from living beings, but there's like an artifact that did it, that's on made, that's been forgotten to time. But yeah, so magic used to be like OP, but now it's just like regular powerful. A MacGuffin, yes. There's a point the timeline ends. So, fun thing about the timeline, we're using they use a descending calendar, which is very strange, but it's justified by the prophetic future ends. So like it's impossible to use magic to read a point in the future. Oh, disconnected for a moment. Okay. It's impossible to use magic to read a point in the future beyond the year 0. And so when they use their calendars, they're counting down towards that year, and it's sort of a source of anxiety for a lot of people. But what happens in year 0 is that the timeline splits because of absolute magic nonsense to do with the Eyes That See. But yeah, if you're like a regular wizard, you're like, oh man, we're getting really close to this year 0. What's gonna happen? Like, a lot of people reckon the world is going to end. That makes sense if you just can't see the future beyond that. There's no future. That's the coherent reading. But I've still got the old lore for this. It's this guy decided, Mad Wizard, who I've got a name for now. I need to update my timeline document. Often adorned with lavender trim to distinguish them. You've got so the official color of the academy is lavender. and they mark their buildings with it just so that it's easier to find your way around. Like, for comparison, University of Auckland City Campus, they use a lot of dark blue to distinguish their buildings from other buildings. Those have like really obvious signage. Let's go purple pog. Yeah, purple is like a high tier color. Maybe the best color? It's hard to tell. Red is like, I'm gonna be honest, red S tier, purple and blue are next up, and then you got orange, green, and then yellow. Yeah, New Zealand. I thought my Sir Howard Morrison Performing Arts Centre would give that away, but I guess it took University of Auckland. Ah. That means we have to fight. I mean, let me ban you real quick and then we'll fight. I ain't heard of Sir Howard. What does Sir Howard Morrison do? I think he's a performer. Yeah, he's a performer. He's a famous Kiwi performer. But he's famous, he's world famous in New Zealand sort of thing. Academy serves two primary functions. The first of which is to train are you still a soldier even if you use magic? I think it would be insane to think of. It's not that insane, but I think that they would just classify magic using soldiers as soldiers. In the same way that, like, if you had a soldier that used a gun and a soldier that used a sword, they're still soldiers, just, you know, marksman versus militiaman? Warrior? I don't know what you'd... Spearman? Isn't that a swordsman? Alright, you know, you just use a different word for the two when being specific. They're still soldiers. First of which is to train soldiers for the Imperial military, and the second, a soldier with a sword is, I'm going to say, not usually a knight. They're usually a swordsman, but they're a swordsman by definition. Knight is it's political more so than military. A knight is a man that's been knighted. Like, Sir Howard Morrison is a knight, but he's not a soldier. He wasn't a soldier, and he was a knight. Isn't a paladin a magic user of the sword? It depends. Usually they're Usually, I'm going to say, this is the common conception of a paladin, is that they are a servant of a religion that performs a martial function. So it's like, you know, if you go on a holy war, you know, typically they have magic because they're because of their religious stuff, but they're just a guy with a sword that is very religious. Or a mace. Or a spear. Ooh. Combat music. But I'm not sure actually what paladin means in a historical context. Does this exist? Imperial Palace Guard. Okay. Or elite warriors serving in the court of Charlemagne. So they're a bit like Praetorians. Yeah. So a paladin historically was a bit like a Praetorian. And so the term, I guess, denotes a sort of political rank as well, but with it a level of expertise, because it's a rank acquired through a type of service rather than through birth or whatever. Title's confusing. Is to research magic for the purpose of advancing the common good. Palatine, I guess it's related. Yeah. It's a confusing mess, etymology. But like in D&D, a paladin is you swear an oath, and you get magic out of that. But it's the oath that's important. So you got the Magic Academy. Wrong thing. Let's get a... Getting into Calatheri Wild? Okay, what does Lavender say? Metaphoric America? Because that is the color of the Magical Academy. Cold. Cold. For some reason it's been really cold here in New Zealand, even though it's like early autumn. You know what? Imperial Palace. The Emperor's got a palace. Did I give the Emperor a name? I can't remember if I'm pretty sure I did. It would be in the provinces thing, because I gave all the leaders of the provinces titles, I'm pretty sure. No, it was, I gave a document for leaders of the imperial provinces. Gaius Paulus. Magic is purple, usually, so certainly not unusual color. Yeah. That is about the reasoning I had when I came up. Google says calmness. So, like, it's sort of meditative. Palace is the home to Emperor Gaius Paulus, as well as the it'll be home to the other guy as well. As well as his son Elia. And his son Elia. Palace. That's a palace clad in marble and gold. An enormous public garden. This garden is often used to host banquets to which nobles and commoners alike are welcome. Oh, I'm getting blown out by this light. What the hell? This light is just blowing the hell out of me. Banquets to which nobles and commoners alike are welcome. Enormous and elaborate. How much is a battalion? 1,000? Honestly, I think having a battalion here, like, yeah, let's say the Imperial Guard is a battalion. The palace also houses the houses a good portion of the Imperial Guard battalion, with some members though some members are barracked. Elsewhere on the premises. You got an Imperial Guard battalion, it's 1,000 men. They, like, a lot of them live in the palace with the Emperor. When I move forward, the way the light hits me changes, and it's like really, the camera keeps adjusting to it because it's a big contrast. Some members barracked elsewhere on the premises. Fine. Like, at some point I could go into, like, details, oh, what is the public garden like? But until I write a story where the public garden is important, I don't need to. Not the, Forward promise. That's what the, port, faces into the river Silas. How many boats in a typical medieval port? A few dozen to a couple hundred, depending on its size and time of year. So it's going to be a several hundred. Receiving large bustling port facing the river Silas, receiving sending and receiving over 100 ships every day. And regularly housing approximately 800. The ships at the port to and from the other provinces, as well as places up and down the up the coast, places in the Midlands, as the Emperor continues to fight in the Midland Wars. We got a real, I guess it's an irregular conflict. There's constantly like a bit of battle going everywhere along the coast because of the Northmen raiders doing their raiding stuff. But because you can't really get in at the Northmen at their home, it's not gonna... It's rough. It's rough in the Midlands. The sport is known across the lands for the sheer volume of goods that pass through it. From common necessities to luxuries. Ordinary luxuries. Okay, and now, what else do they have? They got a magic academy, they got a temple, they got, they got a magic academy, court of the tribunal, which is a kind of temple, shrines, they have shrines everywhere. Shrines. Dotted across the city are thousands of shrines. Dedicated to those among the exalted. Thousands of shrines, because it's very important in their religion. It's common to see these shrines adorned in flowers and adorned and decorated. Very well kept. Let's switch this around. Shrines, very well kept and adorned in decorations such as banners and flowers. Banners, flowers, and portraits of those among the exalted. So, I should explain the imperial religion real quick. Their belief is that the material world is a lower realm and there's a higher realm above it. Low realm, high realm. Beings from the higher realm enter the lower realm as souls. And they enter it with a lot of something called poxia, which is like it's a type of grime, a type of filth. And the material world is a place of ritual purification. So a soul goes through a mortal life, and throughout that life it sheds poxia. And then when it dies, it gets reborn a little higher up because it's not being weighed down as much. And then in that life, it lives, it dies, and hopefully gets born a bit further up. But eventually, you get enough poxia that you're too high up to inhabit a mortal body, but you're not quite clean enough to go up to the higher realm. And during that time, you are something called an exalted. And these exalted function as gods within the imperial religion. They're not gods, but like they serve that sort of, you pray to them, you receive blessings from them. They can act as patrons. So it's almost like saints, but it's like a deified saint. But then you've also got like the reincarnation aspect. It's a fun thing. I actually quite like what I did with it. I do need to have some like religious text that I write out because it could be a mess if I don't get that. What was that sound? It sounded like a thing expanding or unexpanding. But you know, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 5 details, 5 details. I've done 5 details for each. I think that is a good place to end off. So we're going to switch to the next thing in the agenda, which is RuneScape, and we're going to play that for like an hour and a half, maybe. And I'm going to do some thieving and some agility. How does everyone feel about that? I will also have to do a quick BRB on that. Let me just state this. Yeah. Okay, I have a different scene for this, but you know what? I have a. I need to make a BRB scene. But in the meantime, I am going to BRB, and we are going to change the topic to the other thing. Getting blown out by the light again. Okay, we're gonna pause our music. We are going to change the stream information. Okay. Stream details updated on this platform, but I do need to go quickly to Peak and just copy and paste some stuff. Okay, that should be updated. So this is gonna be really chill. I'm not gonna be working very hard. I might do some Sepulchre, which is a bit more work, but we're gonna do a Bloodshard hunt. Maybe get a level and then switch to some Sepulchre. If you don't know much about RuneScape, this is gonna go over your head, but it has been on the agenda this whole time. So I don't know, maybe stick around. And just gotta do this all before I show the screen, just so that I can't get my stuff. I don't want to show my pin on screen, and I'm just gonna get stuff. You can hear the music. Window capture, Runelight, and I'm just gonna change up the layout slightly. I can always change it back. I could switch to fixed mode as well, but I don't wanna. Blood. Life pickpocketing. Anyway, how's everyone's days been? I know I've like wildly changed the content of the stream, and if that's not your cup of tea, not my thing to deal with. You know, this is my unwinding time, and I am glad that people have been attending for it. Let's pour some drink as well. What I can really do with is a foot pedal. I've seen people do RuneScape activities where they just tap with their foot the whole time. And that would make me sit properly instead of in a way that really clearly communicates my mental illness. As in, people can just look at how I'm sitting and be like, oh yeah, I know what he's got. Yeah, we're gonna stick with this for a bit. Also, I am pouring another drink. I need to add the mixer real quick. You'll never guess what this is. I am not showing the logo on stream because they are not paying me to. Although I notice it is actually in very small text. back. Pretend you didn't see it, though. Is there a way that I can avoid showing it entirely? No, there's no angle from which it's not visible. They should pay me for that, though. Think about all the sales I just earned them. Like, every single one of you are gonna go and buy whatever drink that was, because I showed that it works fine as a mixer. Yeah, so I think we'll do it until we get we'll thieve until we get the level, or until we get a blood shard drop. Guess he didn't want to thieve with me. I should check what the check. How did I say it like that? I don't know. Let's just start. Let's put another necklace and cast that spell. Anyway, let's talk more about the Exalted Empire. So I need to add some religious text. But it's really hard to write religious texts because, like, what form should they be? Should they be a historical narrative? Should it be teachings from some specific character within some historical context? Should be a council of works. Back on the runes. Let's fucking go. Lurking's good. Never apologize for lurking, because, like, you gotta get that affiliate somehow, and lurk is the important part for that. Although I don't need to think about the affiliate grind until I get 50 subs. Also, 50 followers, because that's, the one that I'm further from, between that and the average viewers. But no, it's great having you, the man of culture of this chat. You and Captain Cuckchair are the real, cultured individuals of the chat. Also, man, this most recent, amulet I put on, the dodgy necklace, just got burned through. Like, insane. Yeah, do you want to see me keeping on thieving? Rolling at the pocket casino in hopes of a blood shard? Or should I go and run some Sepulchre, and that is a different casino entirely? Because it's really up to the viewers, because both of them are beneficial to the account. Look at my XP rates. Why have I got XP in Herb Lore and Fletching? Is it just not reset in a while? I've not done those things this session. It does look like I'll get the level at like midnight. Be good. Uh, 93. That is nothing, I'm pretty sure. Someone fact check me on that. You don't unlock anything at 93. Or I could fact check it real quick. Got this already. We've got. Yeah, we've got everything unlocked. It might be like. Okay, it's a success rate bonus. That's gonna be massive. And you know what else is massive? Yeah, this has been a good stream so far. You know, sometimes I'm streaming and I think, oh man, it's the quiet does kind of suck because you know you watch a successful streamer and it's like the chat does this, but then you stop and you think, man, it's kind of incredible that anyone is watching because these are real people whose time is important. And like, it's kind of great that they choose to spend their time watching something I'm doing. Just kind of hanging out. In alcohol in my mustache. I should shave at some point for the stream. Shaving and a haircut. So I look a bit more fresh. Although I'm not like a mess or anything. It would still be good to have hair that isn't stupid. It's... yeah. That is actually a bit better. It's more stupid, but it's a better kind of stupid. What sucks that my there's a streamer friend I have, as in like a pair, that when I started streaming, you know, it'd be like, oh, I'd stream, and I'd hop on and watch his stream. But since I've been getting more comfortable streaming, I'm streaming longer, and that cuts into the time that he streams, so I don't get to watch him as much. And I don't want to like self-sabotage by ending stream to go and watch him, because that would not be very productive. What would be more productive would be collaborating with him because we happen to stream at the same time. Maybe if I stream late enough, he'll raid me. But I think his streams have been pretty quiet because he's streaming in a very saturated category. RuneScape's a fairly saturated category, and reading and writing is an undersaturated category. And I am watching the Kick chat because I know Kick is more of a RuneScape thing. Or RuneScape's more of a Kick thing than a Twitch thing, on average. I'm looking down at the thing. Ooh, cold. The alcohol. Yeah, today's been a successful day. Even even if it is in a bit of a lull right now. The stream has been phenomenal. I'm very thankful for every single one of you. Both new and returning. Because those are both important types of viewers. I need a topic though. It's hard to talk into a void. So the Exalted Empire, I need to write religious text. I need to figure out if I want the religious text to be from the, like, is it a historical narrative? Is it a series of teachings? Is it, an esoteric text? Is it just a set of, I think it should be a set of teachings. But it should be a set of teachings from a common pool of knowledge. Like a... Like, it's a very... like, scientific spiritualism. You know, they believe in this stuff because there is material phenomena they can point to and say, hey, look, that's a soul. Oh, hey, look, you got the soul moving on somewhere else when the thing dies, and also when something's born, it seems to have a soul. And there's also this like disparity between souls of different creatures. So there's like a there is a, you know, it's not a, not an immaterialist religion. It's very materialistic focused. It's, although like their moralistic beliefs are still religious. Like you still come to believe that this escape is a good thing. That the higher realms matter. That the you know, in the accursedness of the lower realm. And you still believe in a non-material reality, but you believe in it based on a materialistic foundation. And it's different than, like, truth, where it's fiction, you know? Like, truth is fundamentally underpinned by a folk narrative. You know, it's, hey, here's this event that happened in a time before written history. And now we're living in the consequences of it. And like, it's a self-interest thing. I think the moralistic foundations of Gruth are more coherent responses to the literal information. But I think the literal information of Gruth is less materialistically well-founded. Meanwhile, the imperial religion, God, I'm so bad at saying that word, imperial religion, their materialistic beliefs are rock solid. They're not entirely correct, but like, it's a pretty bang-on model for how souls actually function within the cosmology. In that, you know, they do leave the material reality when things die, and the qualities of a soul vary between the type of being. Like, the soul of a dragon is not the same kind of thing as the soul of a human, which is not the same kind of thing as the soul of a fish. Fish. But you know, then you conclude from the fact that things have different souls of different qualities, and then there's some sort of contextual, yeah, a thing that dies has the context it exists in change. You conclude from that we should, you know, that this purification process and this sort of reincarnation thing, that's unfounded. But I think it is a belief that, oh, hey, I need to do this thing. I do not have a ignore the information that guy just told you. And now what I do is that. Open those. And let's just start running this way and eating as we go. Which RuneScape music are you guys keen on listening to? What's the Zulrah theme called? Oh. Let's fix that. Guys, what's the Zulrah's theme called? Swamp something? Play this one. Sell it? Is this it? Oh, that's Water Out. Alta. Hey guys, real quick, what's Zulrah's theme? This? Wilderness? Okay. Venescula real quick. Pretty sure this is to do with the quest. Yeah. I've done that quest. Fun fact. You can tell I've done that quest because of where I am. British Guardians, Waterworth Island Dungeon. Baroque. Norse Code is unironically kind of a really good song. Pick Thorn's little helper. Stronghold of security. I have to peer over an empty can to see the bottom corner of my screen. Hey, blood shards are much preferable to blood shards. Did I misspell something in the stream chat? The stream title? No, I didn't. You made me worry that I misspelled the thing as saying blood shards. I was worried for a second. That would be mildly embarrassing, but it'd probably get people to watch, so that would be a good idea. Like, if I saw someone like that, I'd have to stop by and be like, haha, blood shards. And then I'd probably stick around. You did well to stay on top of chat. That was really popping off. Oh yeah? I mean, it was difficult. With a lot of people talking. Because... So, you know, people have the chats that do this. Zip, 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 zip. They can afford to just be like, oh, pick out a thing someone said. And then comment on that. And, you know, like, everyone in the chat understands. Yeah, they're not going to respond to me, of course. But, like, 4 or 5 people? I gotta be on my toes there. By the way, do you know what the Zulrah theme is off the top of your head? I kind of want to listen to it, but I can't remember what it's called, and I don't want to go and check. Oh, sir. Okay. You can look it up? I could also look it up. I feel like that ruins the fun. But if you want to look it up and be like my champion, sure. Also, if you look, I've got almost every, what was it called? I don't know, I'm asking you. Zulrah's theme is what I'm looking for. See if I can recognize the name. I think it's a short-ish name, but I can't recall exactly. We bait. You are bait in that one. No. Level attacking. I got no clue what it's called. Oh, my necklace broke. Coil. Okay, that... Unlock hint. Fighting Zora, yeah, okay. Yeah! It's really more suited for something more high octane than this. I still need to finish my Zulrah Clog. Bosses, Zulva. I got a Magnum Mutagen. I've got my Magic Fang, 2 Blowpipes, Onyx, no Serp, and these ones you understand not getting. It's a very short fight, so you don't get to listen to the full song very often. But you do see a lot of it used in, like, montages. Twitch default emojis are awful. Is there a way that I can fix them? Or do I have to, like, is it just, oh yeah, become affiliate and then you get your own ones? Or, like, what's the process there? Grab this jug of wine real quick, just to... I wonder if that doesn't come with any... Wrong P1 dry ball. I don't know what that is. Oh, sorry, it's a GIF, haha. Is that like, oh, what's it called? There's an emote thing for Twitch that adds a bunch of animated ones. But I think it's called, and I don't have it. Maybe you're on... Maybe I'm on mobile Twitch. I am, yeah, I'm on a computer, of course. I'm not very Twitch savvy because I'm mostly a streamer and not a watcher. Which is, of course, a terrible way to go about things. I should watch more. But I work so much. I am full-time employed. As in, I'm part-time employed, but I have full-time hours. But, yo, when winter comes, my streaming hours are gonna go... I'm gonna be streaming from, like... Actually, I'm probably gonna stream the same, because, I stream it after dinner. And I don't stream when the, missus is awake, because I would rather be spending time with her than streaming. And when I say the missus, I mean the, fiance, but it's colloquial in New Zealand to refer to your partner as the missus, even if you're not married. I'm explaining that little potential cultural barrier. I don't know, there's always things that people... there's always things that people assume are a part of their own culture that aren't. Just their culture's like an everything thing, but it's just always interpreted through the lens of your specific culture. Like, everywhere thinks that their place has a binge drinking culture. You know, you go to anywhere, you know, you go to Australia and they're like, oh man, the thing about Australians is they really love binge drinking. And then you go to, like, Florida and they're like, oh man, Floridians, binge drinkers. You go to Ohio, it's like, yeah, we don't have much to do, so we just drink a lot. But, like, that's the human experience. What humans do when they have alcohol. My culture likes family dinners, you wouldn't get it. Yeah. Oh, 45 minutes. You know what? I'm gonna stream until the system update hits. How about that? Yeah, we eat dinner as a family. We, you know, we don't talk back to our parents at all because they'll beat us. You know, we really value having a sense of community. And I think, you know, circling back to the other purpose of the stream, I think it often leads to bad world building in the sense that people assume that those are specific cultural values rather than human experience things. And so they write, oh yeah, what if this culture wasn't like that? But then it's just not very realistic. Like, I can get away with doing that for elves, because elves aren't humans. Elves don't listen to their elders. I mean, they'd listen to the elders if the elders were teaching them something, but like, you know, it's not like they have a shared cultural identity. Elves just do their own thing. They don't care about human society, they don't care about elf society, because elf society isn't a thing. Man, I love the interpretation of elves I've got, because it makes them so much less endearing. Because they're basically just the protagonists from Atlas Shrugged. Which is awful. It's a terrible, boring book. But I think they're compelling characters. Let's say it's a terrible, boring book, but I didn't finish it. Maybe it's good and boring, but it's not boring. But it just, you know, maybe in the third arc, you do the 50-page rule. No, maybe, I don't know. I try to finish books. Even if the book's bad, I think the act of reading a book is enough of a commitment that I should finish it. Atlas Shrugged has really long chapters. I got like halfway through the second chapter, and then I dropped it. But like, okay, so I think if the chapters aren't terribly long, you should give it 2 chapters. Because sometimes introductions suck. Like, if you thought, you know, if you picked up The Hobbit, and you read the first chapter and you're like, okay, there's a lot going on here, so many characters. I'm not gonna follow them all. It's, you know, there's a sense you could drop it. But then you read the second chapter and it's like, okay, you know, I'm feeling the weight of this journey. I'm understanding that the dwarves are kind of interchangeable. Like, they all have their own names. But like, you know, Balin and Dwalin, you can sort of just interpret them as like a mass of dwarves. I think if you did the same thing for Lord of the Rings, you wouldn't drop it because the first 2 chapters of Lord of the Rings are actually really good. You know, so 2 chapters is good. First chapter can be hit or miss. But the second chapter will tell you if it was the first chapter's fault. Because, like, exposition. But I think 50 pages is a bit... Peter Jackson made Lord of the Rings feel Kiwi. I don't know, I grew up so steeped in both Lord of the Rings and being a Kiwi that things feeling Kiwi just means they feel normal. Right? Like, every time I go up to Auckland, we go through Matamata, which is colloquially known as Hobbiton because it's where they filmed the Shire scenes. And they have, you know, Shire tours and all that. And like, you know, my backyard is the Shire, essentially. I'm in the UK and reading the Lord of the Rings universe. I imagine New Zealand, not the UK scenery. I mean, I feel like in the okay. I feel like in the parts like Rohan is supposed to feel more like Poland, maybe? I don't know. It's wide, it's open, it's flat. It's not very Kiwi, it's not very un-Kiwi either, but like, you know, it's a bit bleak, honestly. I think in the books, Rohan feels a lot more bleak than it does in the movies. Because the thing about New Zealand is that it's just a beautiful place. And then um, get into the Mordor stuff, and it's very dry. Gollum is 10,000. I like the Fishman thing. I like Gollum in the books, but Andy Serkis did a phenomenal job. I think the Gollum performance in the Lord of the Rings movies is like easily a top 20 performance. It's definitely like a top 5 mocap actor performance. Like it's up there with Christmas Carol Jim Carrey. Probably above Christmas Carol Jim Carrey. But probably below some of the other Jim Carrey stuff. Gollum in the movies is phenomenal, but it is a different creature than in the books. I think book Gollum seems smarter. Yeah, he's smarter in the books. It's because the Shelob thing feels more like a scheme than like a trick. Like in the movie, it feels like he tricks them into going there, but in the in the movie, it feels like a trick that he's doing that. Like, oh, well, I guess I can trick him into doing this thing, and that's gonna work in my favor. But in the books, it's like he schemes, he conspires with Shelob. He uses this like this relation he's got that's got a lot of history to it, and that works really well. Anyway, learned armament. How about you arm yourself with some getting banned and learn to not be a bot? This bot showed up in the little, in my little window there. In the movie, he's just a greedy thing, whereas in the books, he has some degree of agency separate to the ring. Yeah. It is always important to consider that in a movie, there's a lot of economy that goes into it. You think, okay, well, which bits of the story do I have the time to tell? And then for the things you have the time to tell, which ones are worth including for the overall feel of the movie? Like, I completely understand talking animals and Tom Bombadil being removed from Fellowship. Because they're tonally incongruous with the movies. But in the books they work because in the books they serve as they serve as contrast. Tom Bombadil erasure will never be forgiven. There is the additional caveat that like Tom Bombadil's like involves a lot of answering of questions. And the Council of Elrond in the books, they bring up Tom Bombadil. They're like, hey, why don't we do this? And that's dialogue that would take up time, and it would confuse viewers because viewers don't like difficult answers. Yeah, I like Tom Bombadil. He's a jolly fellow. I can't remember the other thing about him, but I remember that his boots are yellow. Oh shit! I forgot to put on my my scheming outfit. Anyway, I forgive Peter Jackson for. Also, we need as much Galadriel and Eowyn screen time. Where yeah. Um, they were good movies. I should rewatch them. I rewatched them fairly recently because you gotta. I don't think which. I think Fellowship is my favorite of the three, just because I like the council. I think the council's a really good like scene. I like the flight from the flight to the ford. I like the. I really love the pursuit of the ring wraith through the woods near the Shire. Hmm. Arwen. True. Um. Hey, we got a level. Big number. Woo! Yeah, the council's. Yeah, we love the Council of Elrond. The sense of dread is very strong in the movies. Yeah, Peter Jackson did a really good job. Um, the worst part of the movies is the scary evil Bilbo, right? Bilbo Baggins jump scare did not need to be there. It's so corny. I guess we're not getting up to any Sepulchre today because I've got 30 minutes left and I just want to keep thieving. It was a good quick indicator of the corruptibility of the ring, I guess. Yeah, but it's also a very good indicator of Peter Jackson's uh, filmmaking sensibilities. He's just like that. Man, my hotkeys. What else is really good in? Um, Honestly, everything's good. That's part of the problem of discussing them. Like, uh, Two Towers, phenomenal. Yeah, I've heard that when Viggo Mortensen kicked the helmet, he something happened. Uh, but I'm sure the toe connoisseur could inform me better. This seems like your area of expertise. Also, me pointing out when Figwit shows up on stream, on screen. Because it's the elf that delivers a message to. Uh, oh, hold up. Let's. I gotta switch over to the other window. Figwit. This is Figwit. Um, Brett McKenzie. So one of the members of Flight of the Conchords is in the movie, and he delivers a message to Rond. Yeah, but Figwit. He's a character in the movie that's played by a famous Kiwi, and he's just there for a little bit. Let's go back to Like the yeah. So it's Frodo is great. Who is that? Oh, what's going on in the clan chat? Oh, Schmornig. Say Schmornig to them. That's a very appropriate. Uh, Salamat pagi. My fine lady is not in the same country. Nah, she's an American, unfortunately. We'll be sorting that at some point though, which is my own personal business. But yeah. Good luck. Me and mine did 2 years long distance, and then finally closed the gap a few years ago. USA to UK. That is a actually it's not that much worse time gap. Although, man, 2 years, that's so short. It has been. Oh, I gotta run the math in my head. 12 years. It's been terribly long. We were both quite young when it started, and it's been a real pain because of various complicating factors. 8 hours or so, not the easy. 8 hours is pretty rough. Ours is 5 to 7 depending on time zone. Nyanpasu, hey! Gotta hit him with a Nyanpasu. It'll be worth it. Yeah, I mean, I've been to the US a few times. It's a good excuse to go to the US. Horrible country that it is, but like, it's pretty great. I don't speak a lick of Tagalog, but I know you're thanking me for something. I have some Tagalog speaking co-workers. I say co-workers, they're like a separate department. Also, let's see if someone from the clan shows up in chat. That'd be a delight. See if Feels Bloomin' shows up. That'd be great. Now, what's Salamat Dawa? Imagine streaming to a single person, lol. This is 3 on the thing. There's a bunch of people there. True, I have to go in July, and I can't be asked with it. The US is great if you're going as a tourist. It's not a great place to live. Like, I could tell it was hell when I was there. I would not want to live there. But... oh, hey, here's in chat. Hey, Mr. Feels Bloomin', you can talk in the stream chat if you want. Same, and my wife never wants to go back. When my fiance came to New Zealand, because she's been here, she thought it was great. New Zealand is the best country in the world. Which is unfortunate because it'd be a lot, like, more convenient for me to move there than for her to move here. But, like... It's better as an outcome. that she moved here. The USA has gotten a lot worse since I went in 2014. Had to log in, etc. G Boudreaux 2. Welcome. I've seen one a year. I've been once a year since, and it is way worse every time. I had a good time there. I think it's my second visit was a lot better than my first visit because I think because we just had a bit more free time to do stuff. We had a lot more just where am I from? Kiwi Land. Or are you talking about toe connoisseur? Yeah, like I said, it's fun as a tourist, just but the cost wasn't that prohibitive. I say as someone with an abundance of money. But yeah, Boudreaux, Sir Boudreaux, Blumen, you should know where I'm from because I'm Zebedee's brother. Oh, tipping is awful. Tipping sucks, and the price before tax sucks. It's insane that they do that. What is wrong with them? Hit him with another. Keep forgetting to Shadow Veil up. I barely remember where I'm from, dude. I take too many breaks to remember who everyone actually is. I just recognize. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, you know, I'm a Kiwi. And I'm Zebedee's brother. Tokon, so you don't know who Zebedee is, but he's like the boss dog of the clan. As in, he's like he's the lieutenant, but he's like more in charge than the actual guy in charge. You probably know his toes, potentially. I barely know his toes. He's a barefoot fellow a lot of the time. He has less aversion to being barefoot than I do. I'm not even barefoot now, and I'm at home. See, Fuck. Starting to get worn down. Being barefoot is for Brazilians and poor people. Hmm. It's being barefoot's contextual, but I'm definitely a socks indoor kind of person. I used to be a barefoot person, but I just it's easier to just wear socks. Um. Anyway, Bloomin', if you're still here. Earlier we had like 8 people, and that was good. We were talking a lot about the other stuff I was doing. It's just that I switched to doing RuneScape because I'm unwinding at the end of a stream. And my writing and reading audience isn't that interested in RuneScape. Yeah, we read some of the 36 lessons of Vivek, and then we did some writing for a world building thing. A fantasy setting for tabletop role playing games and creative writing. Oh, I'm just talking shit for the sake of talking shit. I haven't signed into Twitch in probably 5 years. Lol. Yeah, I mean, I figured you're talking shit, but you know, this has been a great stream actually, in terms of viewership and in terms of just having a good time. And when you think about it, when you really like put your noggin to it, even having like one person showing up, that's phenomenal, right? Like that's another person who's just as like real as you, spending some time hanging out. I'm WFH now, and the isolation forced me onto Twitch. WFH. Weapon for hire. You're an assassin of some kind. Work from home, okay. He's a weapon for hire, which is the code for either hitman, mercenary, or assassin. And that means that I can pay him to take out my competition, which is a tempting prospect. Because writing and reading is a small enough category that he could probably deal with the rest of them. I just spent a month in the Philippines, surrounded by people. I'm looking to not see anyone for about a year now. Honestly, the Philippines will do that. Did you go to Jollibee while you were there? Because I've heard mixed things about Jollibee, and we don't have any here. Actually, I'm not sure if we have any here, but I haven't been to Jollibee ever. Jollibee mango pie slaps. Yes, we went to Jollibee. It was decent. Nice. Oh, I almost risked there, and I'd rather not have to perish. We have them in Canada where I live, so it wasn't that spectacular. Canadian. Well, as a Canadian, it's easier to not see people because you just get a shed up north somewhere. I feel like there's a limit to how good a chicken sandwich can be. Maybe. The best chicken sandwich I ever had was at the Pensacola airport, which is the worst airport I've ever been to. It's close, though. LAX was really bad as well. Pensacola, Florida, yeah. Manila is the worst airport I've been to. It was terrible. The best airport I've ever been was Malaysia. Malaysia had a really nice airport. Which other ones were good? Mumbai. Mumbai had a good one. AC didn't work. Sweating my bag off waiting for a flight. Yeah. Malaysia, I hardly know. That is one that would not work if we had American accents. I was hanging out with my my girlfriend, my fiance's best friend's boyfriend in a group chat, and he kept making those sorts of jokes. It was always funny. Same in Bali, they closed the toilets to basically did a Jackson Pollock on the passport control because of Bali belly. Also, new tattoo in Philippines. Man, I haven't been to Bali in a while. I miss Bali. Such a nice place. Such a decent place. Most public washrooms in the Philippines didn't have toilet paper or a bidet or nothing, so my poor 5-year-old was man, that's rough. Lamau, but also that's rough. Yeah, I do not redeem. Yeah. I would not choose to take a 5-year-old to the Philippines. If I lived in Canada and I want to take a 5-year-old on vacation, I would go to Niagara Falls. Or like maybe if you're out west, maybe like Seattle. Actually, Seattle's terrible. I'd go see the Space Needle. I don't know, there's lots of things to do if you live in the Northern Hemisphere. We didn't know that before sending her in, so some random Filipino lady gave my daughter TP. Well, Niagara's good, but come to Banff first. Niagara Falls, and Moses it over the... True. You should go and Moses your daughter over the Niagara Falls. That'd be something. Anyway, there's 13 minutes left on the stream because there's a little countdown going, if you can see that, right over here. Also, let's get some music playing. Went to Niagara Falls 2 years ago. It's okay, like a carnival said. Yeah. The thing is, with children, you don't want to, like, freak them out and... And, like... The Philippines is a lot. I guess Carnival City's also a lot. I don't know. But also, if the Philippines thing was for you, rather than for your kid, you know, the kid has to put up with it. Because kids do need to understand that not everything is about them. And also, there's nothing wrong with putting a child in a stressful situation, so long as the situation isn't, like, awful. I got 3 kids, I just learned not to be scared for them. They learn quickly. My wife is Philippine. It was her 30th birthday, so... Oh, so nice! That's makes a lot of sense. I'm sure that when I end up getting married, if we end up having kids, we'll take trips to the US a lot. But also that'll be much more manageable than a trip to the Philippines because the US is a much simpler place. I don't know, I haven't been to the Philippines, so I can't judge it. But the US is more like New Zealand than Indonesia was like New Zealand. And you can... Let's get a different thing. Have a nice day. Let's go... Where's a good one? Nox Array. I don't know what this one's like. This is ass. This isn't a coil again. It's always, you know, it's really not annoyed me, but like, sort of. I've done California and the Philippines now. Honestly, do Philippines and skip the USA. Much more paranoid for the kids in the USA. Yeah, something that's annoyed me in like an aesthetic sensibility, not in like a I'm upset about this in a real sense. The fact that Philippines has a PH, but Filipino has an F. What the hell is up with that? Right? Like. It's the same sound. It's clearly that Philippines is the root word of Filipino, or vice versa, however it works. Why aren't they spelled the same? Go and complain to your wife about this. I'm sure she'll understand. Nothing about that place makes sense. They speak several different dialects. I didn't have to learn a lick of Tagalog, sorry. I keep going off of the intuitive pronunciation that I've used my head reading that word. I'm trying Tagalog. Communicate there. If you go to Cebu, I'm never sure how to pronounce foreign words. They'll have a hard time because they also don't speak their national language. Anyway, we've got 10 minutes, 9 minutes left to get a blood shard. Oh, real quick, Boudreaux. Should I call you that or should I call you Bluesman? Oh, Blueman. Anyway, Vi's decent XP. I'm getting 130k, but the reason I'm doing them is because, oh, Iron Man, and I'll need blood shards down the line anyway. But yeah, the XP's decent. You can't complain about thieving XP, because thieving's a fast skill. Yeah, so I'm getting 130k, 135k-ish, and I'm not going hard out on them either. Like, I'm missing my Shadow Veils, and I'm stopping to talk. I gotta do thieving. I haven't picked a method en route to max. Okay, here's my advice. Colored crystal shards, do this. Or, actually, real quick, make sure you get your 2 Ferroceptors. Don't bother getting a 3rd one for the stash unit. That's kind of a waste of time. But get your 2 Ferroceptors. One for the teleport and one for the house altar. The altar is actually phenomenal. It's kind of insane how good the house altar is, because it just reduces the opportunity cost of switching spellbook. Like, a lot of the time, before I got it, I would not do something because I didn't want to go and change my spellbook. You know, it would take 2 minutes to go off to the place. Okay, that's a fair reason to stop. Blood shards. Blood shards. Get your elf teleport crystal if you don't have that, but that doesn't take terribly long. But yeah, blood shards are just so good that you need as many of them as you can get. I never thought I'd go for max because of mining and runecrafting, TBH. That's why I've started the grind with those skills. There, these are my skills. 297. I think I'll get 99 agility with my 2200. So, you know, the future grind, I could just crank out, like, one of these 2 levels. Yeah, next grind is probably going to be Sepulchre. I love Sepulchre. We love Sepulchre because it's kind of just chill. Yeah, I'm glad to hear. I should announce my streams in the clan chat, but it also could be annoying. I'll just announce when I switch to doing RuneScape. How about that? Because that's right at the end, and it's when, like, this many people are online. And I am not sure that the people in the clan want to see a bidet would be great for blood shards. Is this the blood shard joke from before? Because Toe Connoisseur already made that. But yeah, anyway, damn it, Toe. Yeah, hey Iggy Mayo, it's good to have you back. There's like 4 minutes left on the stream because I'm gonna call it a day when the system update hits. But it's good to have you join. We love Egg, we love Mayo, and we especially love 69. So, every part of you is welcome here. You are accepted in your entirety. 69 was a regret. A regret of yours, or a regret just as a general theme? It's infantile and not reflective of me. Okay. I mean, that's fair. I'm sure that Iggy Mayo is very mature and sensible. 69 can be a bit intense, but don't need the chocolate button of despair winking at me sometimes, you know? Yeah, it's kind of an awkward thing. I don't see the appeal, because I think you're sort of focusing on too much. This is not appropriate for the stream, but it's a quiet enough stream that I'm just gonna say. It's... yeah. Like, I think you should enjoy what you're receiving, and focus on that. Or focus on playing your part. But I think if you're trying to do both, you're trusting hygiene to true. But I think all those sorts of acts are like that. Anyway, this is a great topic to close off the stream with. Let's see if we can finally roll the blood shards in the last 2 minutes. That's great. I will be rating a friend of the channel after this, although I mean most of the people have evaporated since I was doing my writing and reading. He is doing... actually, I assume he's still streaming. Yeah, he's doing a Monster Hunter Wilds right now. How do you guys feel about that? He's a guy I moderate the chat of, as in he assigned me moderator the other day to deal with some bots. I think they just come on to share their stuff under the guise of interaction, but I'm cynical. Who's they? The friend of the channel? Because, like, it's not a very thick guise, but it's also, I'm transparent there as well. No, just people in a lot of writing streams. Yeah. That's true, but also, you know, I'm sharing my stuff under the guise of interaction. I mean, also interaction's kind of the point, because I would just write otherwise. Yeah, let people share their stuff. No, sorry, I mean people come into the chat of streamers. Yeah, I had someone recommend me a thing he wrote, and I am going to read it because I value the interaction. Who was it again? I cannot remember who it was. Off the top of the dome. That was Kurt. Oh, and that stream. So, it is now time to... I gotta spell this correctly. Is that gonna work, or do I need to do it somewhere else? Do I need to type it in the other thing? Yeah? Ah, how's this working? Am I dumb? I do not remember that posture being on my work mandatory desk safety training. The posture I'm holding? Okay, I'm gonna have to double check. No, it's slash. Got it. I have a condition called ADHD. I also have other conditions that affect my development. But yeah, we're rating now. In 4 seconds, but